Ghost power, we got our hearts set on love. We got that Holy Ghost power, we keep our eyes fixed above. We got that Holy Ghost power, we got our hearts set on love. We got that Holy Ghost power, we keep our eyes fixed above.
Okay, we're going to go. All right. Good morning. According to Verizon, it is 8:30. I now call our second plenary business session of the Sierra Pacific Synod Assembly to order. I hope that all of you slept well and are feeling refreshed and are ready to be about our work this morning. We have a couple of hours together, and you will be receiving a couple of spoken reports, and we have a keynote. So I'm trusting you to take the breaks that you need when you need them, to visit the hospitality table and grab a cup of coffee when you need that to happen, and to be as present as possible until lunchtime with us together. We are grateful this morning to welcome via video Bishop Minerva Carcaño, who is the resident bishop of the San Francisco area, including the California-Nevada Conference of the United Methodist Church. She will bring greetings to us. I had the pleasure of meeting Bishop Carcaño about a month and a half ago when she came to our office in Berkeley, and we sat together and told stories and built relationship over a bourbon chocolate cake. You will like her. She's delightful, and it is a sign of all kinds of possible partnerships that we might have together with the United Methodists in our future. Please I draw your attention to Bishop Carcaño's video greeting.
Friends of the Sierra Pacific Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, and my beloved colleague, Bishop Jeff Johnson, grace and peace to you in the name of Christ our Lord. Your friends of the California-Nevada Conference of the United Methodist Church join me in praying for you and giving God thanks for you as you celebrate your 2024 assembly. Friends, claim your hope. We United Methodists, who are privileged to be in full communion with you, are so aware that through your love for all God's children, you pave the way for us United Methodists who lag behind in becoming a fully inclusive church. As you know, the United Methodist Church recently finally became an inclusive church, declaring that our LGBTQ plus siblings are fully members of our denomination because they've always been fully members of the body of Christ, always included in that full embrace of God's love. We learned how to take this important step through you, the ELCA, and others who were bolder sooner than us. We watched you suffer and persevere in prayer as you took this faithful step. You showed us the way of faithfulness. Thank you. As you celebrate your assembly this year, continue to be the bold community of faith that you are. In the spirit of the Apostle Paul, claim your hope, rejoicing in it, being patient in your suffering, and persevering in your prayer. As you do so, know that you are an inspiration to all the rest of us members of the body of Christ, and an inspiration and healing balm for a world that yearns for God and God's all-inclusive love. God bless you, and know that we United Methodists love you and pray for you.
I know that Bishop Carcaño is not here in person to receive your affirmation, but I will be joining her Sunday evening for their service of ordination of new pastors at their conference assembly in Sacramento, and will be bringing greetings and will pass along this affirmation to her and to our friends in the United Methodist Church. Thank you. I would like now to invite Randy Prezoon to the podium to give us our second official credentials report. Randy.
Good morning. Randy Prezoon from Christ the Good Shepherd Lutheran Church. Out of a total registration of 438, 397 people have shown up. Our total voting membership is 345. Of that, 6.96% are youth young adult, so we missed our 10% target for young people. Shame on us. But I'm really delighted that for persons of color or with their primary language other than English, we are at 18.84%. That is the highest I've ever seen. Of our lay voting members, 37.28% identify as male, so we missed our representation target there. 61.84% identify as female, and 0.88% identify as non-binary. We have 66% of the voting members present are lay people, and 33.91% are rostered. Any questions? That's it.
Thank you very much, Randy. And unless there's objection, the credentials report is moved to be entered into the record of our meeting. Seeing no objection, that is so moved. I now call upon Chair Krista Garcia, the chair of the Synod Nominating Committee, to share the ballot results from yesterday's Synod Council and Churchwide Assembly elections.
Thank you. We have some slides to share. On yesterday's ballot, in the election of Conference 8 Synod Council member, the Reverend Sylvia Mueller received 180 votes. The Reverend Sharon Amundsen received 97 votes.
I declare the Reverend Sylvia Mueller elected.
In the election of Conference 3 Churchwide Assembly voting member, Tim Paulson received 189 votes. Gary Ellie Grisham received 81 votes.
I declare Tim Paulson elected.
In the election of Conference 4 Churchwide Assembly voting member, Ingrid Larson received 166 votes. Connie Barnhart received 104 votes.
I declare Ingrid Larson elected.
In the election of Conference 7 Churchwide Assembly voting member, Sue Hurtless received 137 votes. Erica Hidley received 131 votes.
I declare Sue Hurtless elected.
In the election of Conference 8 Churchwide Assembly voting member, Jorge Carajal received 166 votes. Rob Westerhoff received 105 votes.
I declare Jorge Carajal elected. A friendly reminder that nominations for the elected positions of Synod Council at Large, Synod Council Young Adult position, Churchwide Assembly Person of Color or primary language other than English, Churchwide Assembly Youth or Young Adult position, and Church Council rostered male position are open until 11 o'clock today. The nominations will close at 11 o'clock. It's now my pleasure to invite our Synod Council Vice President, Simon Wong, to the podium. Simon has been our steady hand during difficult times. Since beginning as our Vice President, Simon has served as a faithful confidant, an encouraging dreamer, an inspiring leader, not only with the Synod Council, but with former Bishop Burkett and with me personally. I'm not sure what I would have done without Simon's vision and leadership during these past 7 months. Working with Simon, experiencing his deep faith, his motivating commitment, his tireless energy has given me the strength that I have needed to step renewed into work each and every week. And I'm grateful, Simon, for your partnership in this ministry, and I look forward to our service together. Please welcome Vice President Simon Wong.
Hello. Hola. Shalom. Ciao. Ni hao. This is us. May the Lord be with all of you. Dear sibling in Christ, it's wonderful to see you all again. I would like to ask, raise your hand, how many of you were at the assembly last September? Wow. Great turnout today. Thank you so much. So now you will know exactly what I'm going to ask you next. For those who were there last meeting, do you remember that there's an assignment that I gave you? Anyone? Last time, I asked each of you to go to get to know at least 2 people that you have never met before, right? Before our Synod Assembly, learn their names, exchange contact information as needed, ask them where they worship, pray for them and their congregations, to learn about what they are doing, their mission, while also share yours. I also encourage everyone to continue the connection, if possible, right? There's no reason not possible, okay? You have text message, you have your phone, you have everything. But before this assembly, I'd also encourage you guys to go and worship with your new friends at least once. I sincerely hope that you have already done that assignment. I'm not going to check it. There's no way for me to check it. But I hope that you can also share your experience with me because, I had to do my part. So I actually did visit somebody that I have not known before. Thank you. If you have not yet done your assignment, and or if you are new to the assembly this year, I'll encourage you to do so. Continue to do it. This is the way that we can get to know each other. It's not about the assignment itself, but it's actually, the need to connect each other as much as we can. Only then we can share our joy and hope, our fear and sorrow, and only then we can support each other better. Because what? Together, it's better. At the September 2023 Assembly, we have elected Pastor Jeff Johnson to be our bishop of our synod. Now, since November, I have been working closely with him as much as possible. I share with Bishop Jeff that we need to plan for a long-term strategy, spending the necessary time to build and cultivate the synod office team. For those supporting us in this action, thank you. I understand that it's not easy to provide space and breathing room sometimes because everything needs to be hurried up. But thank you for providing the space and breathing room for us. It's necessary for our bishop to allow him to think, to plan, and work together. Now, in the meantime, much had happened last 9 months. We did took the time to say farewell to our interim bishop, Claire Burkett, who said hi to me yesterday night and saying that, peace be with you, go for it, Simon. And we welcomed Bishop Jeff and gathered for his installation. Then, we moved our Synod office together with PLTS, aiming for more coordinations with our synodical partners. Look at who is actually fixing the light there. A little bit dangerous, but we got it done, Bishop. We have been sorting out, cleaning up accounting process, as you know, and I thank the hard work of our treasurer, Scott Taylor, and Debbie Cook for the hard work that you have done. Thank you so much. Our city council met in person. We had a wonderful time together, and we installed our new council member. And very soon, we'll install our new set of council members. Now, I continue to visit churches between October and January, mostly hitting the north of our Synod area. I went to Wairika, wonderful church there. I also went to Elko, Nevada, wonderful church there. You guys need to spend your time of doing it. October to January, that's what I have done. Only to take a little pause because I need to spend more time with my congregations at Hope Lutheran Church in El Sobrante, because our pastor has a newborn baby, and therefore she needs to take some time off, maternity leave. Just a few weeks back, I was able to participate the first time the Lutheran Lobby Day. I've never thought that I would do it, but I did it. I tried it out. It was a wonderful experience to work together as a group for a common cause. So it's important that we get together. I would like to extend my gratitude to our Synod Council. Yesterday they were setting up. I hope that you were able to stand up again today. We want to thank you for your service, especially to our current member who is stepping down as their term is ending. The last 2 years has not been easy, but thank you for your work, council member. We work together, we build our friendship, we debate, we discuss, we pray, and we support each other. By the end of this assembly, there will be 11 new members joining the Synod Council, a new chapter, and I ask you all to pray for the new council and connect with them more. Now, I would like to share a Cantonese song lyrics. I'm not going to sing. People know that I love to sing, but this time I'm not singing. Sharing a Cantonese song lyrics that I learned when I was 4 years old. And I'll read it to you a little bit in Cantonese. 一支竹仔二節彎. You have no idea what I'm talking about. 幾支竹仔紮埋一齊咧，就斷節難。心堅似毅勇敢，團結可有力量。What are you talking about, Simon? Well, I learned it from 4 years old. I was singing in the kindergarten, preschool. Not until I entered my teenage year, I find out that was a story from Aesop for children. It was translated into Cantonese. Well, I think some of you might know that story. So let me read it in the English version so that everybody can understand a little bit better of what I'm talking about. The story is the bundle of stick. And I want to thank my daughter who is creating something for all of us to see. A bundle of sticks. I'll put it right there. The story was like this. A certain father has a family of sons who were forever quarreling among themselves. No word he could say, did or say to least good. So he cast about in his mind some very striking example that can make them seeing the discord would lead them to misfortune. One day, when the quarrying has been much more violent than usual, and each of the sons was mopping in a surly manner, he asked one of them to bring him a bundle of sticks. The father untied the bundle and gave the stick to his son to break it one by one. This, they can break it very easily, one by one. But then the father put all the sticks together back into one bundle and asked each of his sons to tell them to try to break it up. None of them can break this up. Then the father said, "My son, do you not see how certain it is that if you agree with each other and help each other, it will be impossible for others to break us apart? But if you are divided among yourselves, you will be no stronger." Now, this is not just a normal bundle of sticks that I got from 99-cent store. This bundle of sticks, if you can see it closely, was made in different lengths, different colors, different thickness, different shape, different materials. Some of them are shorter, some of them are longer, some of them are pointy, some of them are colored. And this bundle of sticks is us. This is us. As we gather together with one body and one spirit, just like the bundle of sticks, we will find out that together is better. Unity is strength. Although we have made much progress, there are still many things that we must do. We cannot afford the continuations of separating and dividing ourselves and not working together. Just like the story that I share, only when we are truly together in one spirit that it will be impossible for others to break us apart. Ephesians chapter 4, verses 1 through 6 tell us, "I therefore, the prisoner of Lord, beg you to lead a life worthy of calling to which you have been called, with all humanity and gentleness, with patience, bearing with one another in love, making every effort to maintain the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. There is one body and one Spirit, just as you were called to the one hope of your calling. One Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God and Father of all, who is above all and through all and in all." We all have to be the church that we want. Somebody asked me today, what's the meaning of wearing this tie here? I don't know if you can see it. You can, when I walk around, you can take a look at it. Together, we paint our future. But it has to be together, painting it together. I want to share a story of my own. After all, this is all storytelling time. Before summer 2022, when when you elected me as your vice president, I went through one of the darkest times in my life. I quit my job in 2021 in the middle of pandemic. After working steadily with a company for 14 years, I was a victim of racism. I want revenge. I was full of hatred. I want to take back what I was supposed to be mine. It was a tough year. In that year, though, throughout prayers, I slowly realized that I have tons of negativity in my heart, in my brain, in my soul, and that's not what God wants me to be. Then one day, in 2022, in the morning, a pastor friend called me, asked me to pray, asked me to think. And through the prayer, I said yes, and you elected me as your vice president. A lot have been through for the last 2 years, but when I look back, what I found was that God was giving me a chance to heal, to move on, to have joy even through difficulties, and to see hope in Him. I got healed up not because of me getting my revenge. I healed up because God gave me the hope by seeing the hope through kindness, feeling the hope through conversations and prayer. And that feeling of hope is coming from all of you. All of you. The wonderful sibling in Christ here, my family. And I'm saying it one more time. You are my family at the Sierra Pacific Synod. I healed up because of you. You give me hope. Speaking as a lay person, as a parishioner, I would like to share a little bit of my point of view, particularly to my clergy siblings here. You might not like it, but I'm going to do it. You, my clergy siblings, are giving a very important role as an ordained minister. To me, a pastor is a shepherd of God's flock. You are to help us, including myself, and all of us here, to be more Christ-like. Jesus' ministries, from my point of view, are like loving, caring, preaching, teaching, healing, redeeming, forgiving, advocating. The list can go on and on and on, but this is my point. Jesus' ministry is well-rounded. I'm asking and encouraging my clergy siblings here that when you are leading us, the parishioner, please do not just preach one side of the Jesus ministry, but preach all sides and teach all sides and love all sides of Jesus ministry. God commanded you to be the shepherd of the flock. Therefore, you need to be the example for us laity by taking care of, your clergy siblings. Be kind to each other, encourage each other, forgive each other, and shepherd each other. I understand these difficulties for all of us have been facing for the past few years. It's not been easy. There was many issues, injustice, and ultimately people were hurt. Your neighbors might not be good to you. You might not like them either. But we should always remember this. In Luke chapter 10, verses 27, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength and with all your mind, and your neighbors as yourself. I'm not asking, but I'm begging to my clergy siblings here. Please, as we continue to gear the ship to the right direction, if there's any disagreement, stop fighting each other. Forgive each other as Jesus did to us. Set an example to one another. And for our lay siblings, including myself, we need to support our clergy. Pastor job is tough enough already. Very tough. I got a little tiny taste when my pastor was having maternity leave. A little taste. It's tough already. Oftentimes they feel alone. Do you know what they were doing? Late siblings? We should not expect our pastor to perform everything. We need to do our share. As a laity, we need to do our share. I encourage you to partner more with your pastor, better understanding their situations, always pray for them. Together we are building a community of faith. Last time when we met, I asked all of us to focus on 3 things. We knew, we connect, and we build. I ask all of us to continue to renew our spirit. I ask that we continue to pray more for one another and not fighting more against each other. Love more one another and not hate one another. A song that I love, I'm always pretty sure that you most know it all, and promise I'm not singing again. It is the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Make us a channel of your peace. This is what we need to do more, and we need to enforce more. We connect. Visiting some of you, I can see more coordinations and collaborations is already happening. I cannot force you to connect with your sibling in Christ. After all, it's your choice. But I'm asking you to find ways. For the upcoming year, I encourage you and everybody here to join at least one focused ministry group, allowing the group to discuss and explore ideas, share experience, and collaboration. Soon after the assembly, we will create a sign-up sheet through our Synod website, www.spselca.org, where you can provide contact information. As your VP, I will create virtual meetings to kickstart these group conversations. If you are willing to be a moderator and have ideas of what kind of focused ministry group that you would like to see, please contact me. You can find my contact information online or simply Synod Vice President at spselca.org. Bug me, contact me, ask me. For a few examples of those focused ministry can be such as leadership development, companion churches, youth ministry, early childhood education, and more. Stay tuned for the website update. If you have any ideas, stop me and tell me, hey, this is something that I feel excited about it. Put it into the website. We build. I'm asking everyone to continue to be patient. Only when we allow time to heal, a time to plan, and a time to set ourselves up in a good foundations. Sorry, I'm an architect, so that's why I'm thinking foundations. Good foundations that will allow us to walk together better, help each other more, and move our synod to the next level. This is my prayer for everyone. I pray that our synod, for all of us here, O Lord, that we will refuse to conform to a pattern and a culture of this world, that we may be transformed and renewed in our mind daily. Let us not be reactive to what is happening around us, but rather be proactive agent of changing this world according to your Spirit. No matter the hardship or burden, we know you will be helping us through it and will bring us to your hope. May we rejoice in our confident hope, patiently wait for you, O Lord, even in the midst of our suffering and persecution. Keep our focus on you and only you, O Lord, so that when we encounter difficulties, we will not lose sight of who you are. Lord, you are indeed the waymaker. You always show a way when there seems to be none. Help us to fix our eyes on you and trust in you. Claiming our hope. Have you seen the butterfly on our logo? Claiming our hope. To me, the butterflies mean something. Transform, breakthrough, and be free through the power and love of Jesus Christ. Thank you, and amen.
Jesus' blood and righteousness, I dare not trust the sweetest friend, but only trust in Jesus' name. Christ alone, cornerstone, we can make strong in the Savior's love. And through the storm, He cornerstone is unchanging grace. In every high and stormy gale, my anchor holds within the veil. Oh, Christ alone, cornerstone, weak made strong in the Savior's love. And through the storm, He is Lord, Lord of all. Christ alone, cornerstone, weak made strong in the Savior's love. And through the storm, He is Lord, Lord of all. He shall come with trumpet sound. Oh, may I then in Him be found, just in His righteousness alone, faultless stand before the throne.
Congratulations to St. Mark's Lutheran Church in Pleasant Hill on the 75th anniversary of ministry. And thank you again to Vice President Simon Wong for your wonderful report, for your wisdom, for your partnership, and for your ministry on our behalf and with us, encouraging us to take steps together. Thank you, Simon. It's now time for us to consider a memorial and resolutions. As we prepare to do this, I invite one of our chaplains, Pastor Jason Benzie, to offer a word of prayer for our assembly. Microphone 2.
Let us pray. Your mercies are new every day, O God. We give you thanks for the healing mercies of this new day, especially for those living in cancer remission, including Jose Luis. We pray for those for whom this day is a challenge and still lives in pain or returning cancer and in hospice care. As we now meet in your presence together, we ask, O God, that you'd open our ears to hear your voice, that you'd open our lips to sing your praise, that you'd open our hearts to love you more and more. We pray in the spirit of Jesus, of faith, of hope, of love. Amen.
Amen. I now call upon the Reverend Dr. John Valentine, Chair of the Resolutions and Memorials Committee, to help us as we are doing our work together. A reminder that in your guidebook, the resolutions and memorials are under the section Resolutions and Memorials. Pastor Valentine.
Our first resolution, or actually our first memorial this year, is actually unfinished business from a year ago. In 2023, St. Stephen's Lutheran Church in Santa Cruz presented to us a memorial, and normally resolutions that are unfinished in the context of a given assembly are then sent to Synod Council, but memorials may not come from the Synod Council. They need to come from the body as a whole, the Synod is assembled. So this got re-agendized for 2024. So the first resolution we are considering is actually, or the first memorial we are considering is 2023-03. This was put forward by the folks at St. Stephen's in Santa Cruz, particularly because they as a congregation had struggled with issues around providing insurance benefits to rostered leaders, and they were struggling to understand why the costs related to participation in the Portico program were so high. Since that time, Portico has taken some steps to address that, but we will get to that I believe, in the context of conversation. But the memorial is as follows, if you would put that up on the screen, please. Resolved that the Sierra Pacific Synod in Assembly memorialize the church-wide assembly to create a new task force to explore alternative healthcare offerings for ELCA congregations and their rostered ministers, with particular attentiveness to those serving in less than full-time calls, potentially taking into account more affordable plans that may be available in each state, and working with our ecumenical partners to create larger plan participant pools.
Thank you, John. The memorial is appropriately before us. If you wish to speak to the memorial, please go to microphones 1 or 2, bringing your red, green, or white cards. Microphone 2. Green card.
Kent Madsen from St. Stephen's Lutheran Church, and Pastor Valentine has introduced the memorial quite well. I would just add a little history that this came up at our annual meeting in 2023. One of the people there raised the issue and said, why isn't there more flexibility? Why aren't there more alternatives? And because, of course, as we were discussing our budget. So the result is the memorial. As you have it before you, we're asking for a study because we don't know the answers. And so I leave it to the assembly.
Thank you very much, Kent. I see people at microphone 1, a white card.
Hi, I'm Pastor Catherine Gulbranson. I serve the saints at Elam Lutheran Church in Petaluma, and I would like to propose a substitution for the only resolved in this memorial to churchwide. So here is my substitution. Be it resolved that the Sierra Pacific Synod Assembly extend its appreciation to Portico Benefit Services, the ELCA Conference of Bishops, and the ELCA Church Council for recognizing the need to re-envision Portico benefit offerings in the face of rising healthcare costs, declining church attendance, a shrinking membership pool, and a changing ELCA workforce, as witnessed by the launching of the Benefits Re-Examined project as a tool to explore greater affordability and flexibility in Portico benefit offerings. Oh, I could have read that faster because it's all up there.
Thank you very much, Pastor Catherine. The amendment by substitution is appropriately before us. Is there a second? The substitution amendment has been moved and seconded. We're going to set the amendment by substitution aside for a moment. And I'm going to ask the assembly if there is any amendment to the original resolution that would like to be proposed. No discussion on the original resolution yet, but if anyone has an amendment or a change that you would like to make to the original resolution, the resolution that's in the guidebook that was first moved by Dr. Valentine. Not seeing anyone at the microphone, we're going to bring the substitute back onto the table, and it is now on the floor for conversation and for possible amendment. Pastor Catherine, would you like to speak to your substitution?
Certainly. Thank you, Bishop Johnson. So the first resolved is a concern for to look at our Portico benefits because they are pricey, like all healthcare benefits are. But I am proposing, the substitute is proposing that this is already happening and Portico is already engaged in a process, and it actually has a name. because Lutherans love to name things, Benefits Reexamined Project. It's already in process. They're already doing it. And so this, in effect, is saying thank you for doing this, because we at the Sierra Pacific Synod, we are concerned about rising healthcare costs for our clergy and staff.
Thank you very much, Pastor Catherine. Is there further speaking to the substitution? Microphone 2, white card.
Tim Paulson, LCI. I'm not a pastor, but when we ask companies or entities to examine themselves and
Tim, sorry, a white card means you have a question or, okay.
comment, question, comment.
Are you speaking in favor of the substitution?
Clarification, I'm wanting to understand it more.
Okay.
So the impression I have is that the original amendment will ask us to explore further options. The amendment wants us to stay with Particle because they're already examining themselves. So my comment would be, I don't necessarily trust for-profit companies to examine themselves and necessarily do the right thing for their participants.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tim. So I'm hearing that you may have held up a red card and that you're speaking against the substitution. Is that true?
Sure.
Okay, all right. I don't want to, excellent, thank you, Tim. Is there somebody speaking a green card? A white card? If it's a question or an amendment, a white card is appropriate.
I'm Michelle Hamill. I'm from Faith Lutheran in Meta Vista. And my question is sort of similar, and I'm just trying to understand the difference between the two. The original amendment or the original resolution meant to, I believe, go outside of Portico to find other options. Well, the second one wants to stay, and that is coming out like a statement, but it's a question. The second one is meant to stay with Portico. That's my question. Is that correct?
Jeff? I'm going to ask John Valentine, the chair of the committee, to speak to this. John.
I believe there may be some confusion about the role of Portico Benefit Services. Portico Benefit Services is actually a ministry of the ELCA that takes its direction from church-wide assembly, in part, and in part from the Conference of the Bishops as well. And so there is not, Portico is not a separate for-profit entity. It is a portion of the work, the ministry of the ELCA.
Thank you very much. Another white card at microphone 1.
Donna Strugar-Fritsch from St. Paul Lutheran in Oakland. This is an extension of the first two. Can you clarify within the resolution or whatever it's called, that the intent is to look beyond Portico, because it is not clear, and that would, I think, would resolve the issue that the three of us are concerned about. Are they different? Is one intended, is the amendment intended, it's clear that the amendment intends to work within Portico. It's not clear that the initial proposal does. And so can the initial proposal be clarified to answer that question?
I did speak with Jeff Tiemann 9 months ago as regards to this, and it would be that if church-wide were directed to do what was requested in the original memorial, it would be referred to Portico by church-wide.
Is there somebody, is there a representative behind the substitute that could speak to the intent behind the substitute? Would that be helpful? No. Microphone 1.
It's actually the intent of the first one that's not clear, the original, that's not clear whether it intends to go beyond portico. And it sounds like between the lines it may not, since it would be referred to portico. And that's what I think a bunch of us are trying to figure out.
Okay, and it's important in terms of your decision about the substitute, what the original intent was.
And to better understand the intent of the first one, because healthcare it's very complex, and there's a lot to consider, and going beyond what portico currently offers or even can consider may not fully address the whole scope that might be available to people, especially part-timers.
Okay, thank you very much. Because there were 3 white cards in a row around the same kind of issue, I'm going to ask Kent. Kent was part of the congregation that originally brought the original memorial to respond to the issue of intent. Are you able to do that? Microphone 2.
Yes, Kent Madsen, St. Stephen's. The intent was to go beyond portico and look at further, broader alternatives. I'm very happy that portico started this, but I believe the intent of our memorial is to go beyond.
Thank you very much, Kent. And is there someone knowledgeable about the substitute who's able to speak to whether or not the substitute would allow portico to investigate also beyond portico? That same question. Is that a difference between the two? Is there someone who knows the answer to that question? John Valentine, Dr. Valentine.
May I remind the assembly that intent cannot be considered in any of these conversations, because it is only the words of the resolution or the words of the memorial that are forwarded. The intent of the authors, the intent of the assembly is not communicated. It is strictly the text that will be forwarded.
So we have time for one more person to speak, and we have another white card at microphone 1.
Norman Nielsen from Mountain Ranch Lutheran. The question has arisen, does the amendment eliminate the consideration in the original of part-time pastors and staff?
Thank you for that question. Is there anyone that's able to address that?
I believe that if one goes to the Benefits Reexamined project descriptor on the Portico webpage, that it states very clearly that one of the issues being addressed is providing benefits to part-time rostered ministers.
Thank you very much. So we're out of time for a consideration of this memorial, which doesn't mean that it will not come back up. It will come back up, and at that time, we'll continue our...
If you want to, you can extend time for red and green card debate for 15 minutes. We haven't officially started debate. If you want to do that, you can.
I need to take a quick minute, so talk amongst yourselves. Excellent, okay. So we're back in order. We're back in order. Thank you very much. So we can continue to discuss the memorial if we enter into a time of debate. I'm wondering, though, because there's some confusion about the project that Portico has started, and that the memorial is intended to catch us up on, correct? If I might give voice to a representative from Portico, if she's able to speak at a microphone, and she could speak to us and just talk about that project. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Bishop.
Yeah.
I'm Andrea Airy. I'm your regional representative with Portico Benefit Services. And Benefits Re-Examined, which is the name of the project that Portico has embarked on, really is to address the changing church and how do we administer benefits as a whole that facilitates call process, that's in community, and seeks to have our leaders live healthy and whole lives. So we get that we have rising healthcare costs. So they're addressing the declining church attendance, lower financial giving, difficult ministry decisions, shrinking membership pool, less purchasing power, and health claims with the increasing age of our leaders. We understand that there are pastoral vacancies and that we have lay and bivocational leaders across this church. So that's why they decided to embark on this. So let me give you the timeline and share that this is a collaborative effort. This is not just Portico looking at themselves, which it's good that we're looking at ourselves, but we want to do that in collaboration with the church-wide organization. So we have Bishop Dunlap, who is one of the bishops in the Lower Susquehanna Synod, Treasurer of the ELCA, Lori Feddick, members of congregations across the church, our CEO, our products director, senior director, some church council representatives, and the Portico actuary are all working together. So the timeline, it started early this spring. We received input from 45 bishops. All bishops were invited. We had 45 bishops that were interviewed. We had focus groups with key stakeholders. Surveys will be going out very soon, so please watch your inbox. Our Portico members and congregational leadership will be receiving emails to be surveyed, to give input in this process. Then in the fall, winter of 2024, this is a time of discernment. So we will have Portico leadership, bishops, and other stakeholders discerning what are the next steps based on their findings and feasibility from all the information gathered. Winter 2025, potential plan amendments will be recommended for approval following the normal ELCA governance process. Then summer, fall 2025, we will have education for our plan members and congregations about any changes that might have been made. And January 2026, there will be implementation of those changes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can I have the substitute motion on the screen? So we have some time if we want to have, thank you very much. We have some time if we want to have some debate about this motion, some red and green card debate about this substitute motion. I see a green card at microphone 1.
Hi, Jeff Reinders from Marin Lutheran in Corte Madera, California. I hear a concern being expressed that Portico may not be able to look beyond what they've done in the past, and therefore there's maybe a little mistrust of Portico's ability to come up with variations that are beneficial to congregations and staff and rostered pastors. I guess you know, it seems to me like, I'm not an expert on this, but it seems to me that Portico is as has already been said, is a part of our own ministry. They are serving as a broker to find the best options for our congregations and our staff. And therefore, I think that we owe it to them and our own, since they are a part of our own Synod, that we give them the ability to see if they can find better options for us. We can always go back and force I guess, our own council to step outside what they've been doing, but it seems like we should give them the opportunity to see what they can find as brokers to better serve our congregations and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone 2. Green card?
Green card.
So, okay.
For the substitution.
Green card for the substitution. So it's usually a red card. I'll allow one green card if we, okay. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Bishop. I'm Reverend Stephanie Johnson from Trinity Lutheran in Alameda. I am also in support of the examination process. I understand that Portico is an expensive option for many, perhaps even most congregations, and that isn't new in the last 3 or 4 years, and that's not new to Sierra Pacific. I've served in 4 synods and in 5 states. As a pastor who has been willing to follow God's call to all of these geographical locations, it's been very important to me to have a continuity of care. Here in California, we have MedCal, which is part of the Health Exchange. It's excellent, but if I were in Arizona and had access, it would be really, really rough. And my brothers and sisters in Nevada also would struggle. And so while you could meet the legal or the constitutional requirement of providing health care for your pastors and rostered leaders, it really isn't helpful to have bad health care. It is expensive. Your pastors take a lot of sick days, and on the days they aren't sick but have to try to find a doctor's appointment, they are at the mercy of a system that is already overwhelmed. We are blessed as leaders to have access to Blue Cross Blue Shield of Minnesota. And I have been able to be in Virginia, I've been able to be in Nevada, Arizona, California, and know how to find a doctor from the moment I land. So I just want our congregations to take that piece into consideration when they're looking for a good pastor.
Thank you, Pastor Stephanie. I see no red cards at the microphone, so we'll move to a decision. I invite you to take out your red and green cards. Remember, we're voting to substitute. So we're not making a final decision yet. We're only voting to substitute. We're voting to substitute this motion for the original motion. All those in favor of voting to substitute this motion for the original motion, raise your green card now. Please put your card down. All those opposed, raise your red card now. The motion carries, which means now that we are considering this as the main motion. So the original motion is no longer before us. This is now the motion that's before us. And if there is further conversation or debate on this motion, red and green card debate, that would be appropriate now. I see no green cards or red cards at microphone 1 or 2, which means red card, microphone 1.
Karen Johnson.
Thank you.
Pastor at Faith Lutheran in Murphys and Mountain Ranch Lutheran in Mountain Ranch. It keeps going by so fast on the screen that I haven't read the second part, but I don't hear this substitute motion doing anything besides thanking the ELCA. And I just want to see if there's something that it's doing. Can you put it back up on the screen,
Yes, please. Put the motion back up on the screen.
Not that part, the end.
The second part.
It's just a thank you. So are we making a memorial to thank the ELCA? Is that what it is? Because I think that's unnecessary, so that's why I have a red card.
Thank you very much. Green card, microphone 2, sorry.
Pastor Lori Kaiser Boswell, Mount Zion, Wairika, way up there. My husband's getting his cancer treatment in Oregon. So as much as I can do that keeps things going across the borders, I love. But I'm in favor of this. I was in favor of either. But I'm in favor of this, and I specifically want to do a little preaching here. If Portico is doing this self-study, we need to be active in it. Let's not just say, oh, it's just them. We need to be really talking about what we just heard and the reminders of other states don't have what we have, and the problems of living on borders and all that kind of stuff. We need to share our hearts and our stories, because Portico, I got to tell you, the last 10 months has been right there next to Jesus as my Savior. So let's give them our information so they can make the best options and choices for us.
Thank you very much. I see no more cards at either microphone 1 or 2. I'm going to ask, so if there are people wishing to speak, please go to the microphones. I see a red card now at microphone 1.
I'm Anders Peterson, pastor of First United Lutheran in San Francisco. Portico is not them. Portico is us. Portico is part of our church. So I want to say that I hear there's a need to stress our concern of how health benefits are affecting our congregations, as well as the need to make sure that the clergy receive health care. So can we do both? I think we can do both. Maybe we need to amend our words a little bit so we can feel like our concern is clear. But Portico is part of our church. It's a ministry of our church. It's not a them. They're not against us. They're with us. They're trying to help us. They're doing the discernment. So I'm just offering that reflection. Thank you.
Thank you, microphone 1. Pastor Anders. I'm going to ask the Reverend Dr. John Ballantyne to read the motion again, and then we will proceed to vote.
Be it resolved that the Sierra Pacific Synod Assembly extend its appreciation to Portico Benefits Services, the ELCA Conference of Bishops, and the ELCA Church Council for recognizing the need to re-envision Portico benefit offerings in the face of rising healthcare costs, declining church attendance, a shrinking membership pool, and a changing ELCA workforce. As witnessed by the launching of the Benefits Reexamined project as a tool to explore greater affordability and flexibility in Portico benefits offerings.
I invite you to have your red and your green cards available. We'll be voting on this motion. Are we ready to vote? I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of this motion, please signify by raising your green card. Thank you. You may put your card down. All those opposed to this motion, please raise your red card. Thank you. You may put your card down. The green cards have it, and the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, John. Pastor Valentine. We will return now to the orders of the day. We will consider a resolution later in the agenda. Are we moving to the spending plan? Okay. I want now to invite Scott Taylor, who is the Synod Treasurer, to speak to us about the spending plan that was approved by the Synod Council for 2024. Scott, thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to go over a few slides here. So we're going to pull up the first one. So just a reminder about the spending plan. We adopted a budget at the previous Synod Assembly. That budget needed to be amended based on new information. That was approved by the Synod Council. Some of the things that we've talked about, some of the compensation, we had, this is basically showing that for salary comparisons, executive staff compensation, we had a budget of $210,000. The actual was $91,000, so there was basically an unfavorable, or actually a favorable variance of $118,000. Next slide. Let's see here. Let's keep going. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. I'm trying to get to the overall salary comparisons instead of going by line. Next slide, please. So staff support salaries. This one, the budget was $275. The actual was $119 for last year. But as we talked about, we had a large unfavorable variance in the consultants. So that's why this is favorable, because we weren't using staff, we were using consultants. The next slide, please. This is the what the budget versus the spending plan is for support staff salaries. And so the spending plan is showing that we're going to be spending $133,000. So there's a favorable variance of $141. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the big one that we were talking about before. So the budget for contractors was $15,000. In this case, we actually spent $566. So there was a negative variance of about $551. This was offset by other line items within the budget, but this is what caused our financial issues in 2024, that big loss that we talked about yesterday of $1.2 million. Next slide, please. And this is what we're planning to spend in contractors and temporary staff this coming year. Just a reminder, we do use outsourced accountants, and that's considered contractor. And we also have contractors like Debbie Cook that gets paid as an independent contractor. So next slide. So basically, the contractors, this mentions who the contractors are. We have the communications, that's a contractor. We have the financial assistant, Debbie, as well as the outsourced accounting firm. Next slide, please. Okay, so this basically is showing in total for salary. Originally, we had budgeted $945. We actually came in at $1,281,000, so there was a variance of $336,000. Next slide. Let's go to the next slide, please. We've talked about this. The unfavorable variance in the contractor is related primarily to the VP of Finance that we hired, who was paid quite a bit, and the executive assistant That's gone away, and we're not planning to have that in the future. Next slide. So now we're going to be talking about just overall, what are the big differences between the budget and the spending plan? The biggest one is the amount of revenue that we're getting from congregations. This year we got about $1,450,000 in revenue, and the budget was $1,765,000, so there was a negative variance of $315,000. We're going to actually budget based on what we actually received last year. So if giving is up, that obviously helps us, but we're not really planning additional giving this year. So that difference in revenue, affects the budget. Next slide, please. This is in total overall support, and overall support per the spending plan is $1,875,000. The assembly approved budget was $2,001,000. The difference is that decrease in the mission, in basically the congregational giving. There is some offsets to that that are going to help us, like a little bit more money for the ELCA with our socks and things like that. But on a net basis, the revenues are going to be down from what was in the budget. Next slide. But property income had been included in the budget in the past, so it's not a big change in terms of what the assembly had. Because we're cutting costs, we didn't need to budget as much in the property income from the sale of disbanded congregations. So in order to balance the budget, we have to assume that some money is going to be used from the sale of congregations. We're trying to get around that, as we talked about yesterday, where we could maybe create a fund that would earn investment earnings, and then we wouldn't have to use the proceeds from the sale to balance the budget. But we're not quite there yet. We're trying to turn the ship, get these things sold, get the investments, and earn a return that we can help with the budget. Next slide. So this is in total, the spending plan, total revenue, $2.6 million versus $2.9 million, mostly down as we talked about because that congregational giving is down. Next slide. This is salaries. So salaries, we're actually planning less in salaries, one position as we talked about. We were able to make do with fewer people in order to balance the budget. We're trying to look at where do we cut expenses so we can balance the budget. We can reduce staff by one, therefore we'll save about $119,000. Next slide. Same thing with benefits. We're projecting lower benefits because we don't have as many people on benefits. So we have contractors. They don't earn benefits, so we're only paying benefits to the salaried staff. Next slide. This is total labor. So everything, all the labor, still looking at a savings of about $216 from the budget to what we actually plan to spend. And then grants to other organizations, just a comment about this. The budget was $1.2 million, the spending plan's about $1 million. Basically, this also relates to what we pay to the ELCA. ELCA gets 40% of the congregational giving. So if the congregational giving is down, we're not, instead of $1.7 million, we're budgeting $1.4 million. The grants that we make to ELCA would be down as well. Next slide. Occupancy, we budgeted $64,000. We got the favorable lease at PLTS, so the actual spending is about $40,000, so we're going to save about $24,000 on occupancy. Next slide. The total non-labor, so you have labor, which is one of our big costs, then we have our non-labor costs. So we're going to be saving about $149,000 in non-labor costs. So again, we're trying to do what we can to cut costs to balance the budget because our revenues are down. We're able to cut some costs in the non-labor area as well. Next slide. Overall, in total, for all operating expenses, was about $3,005,000 in the original budget. We're now trimming that to 2.6 million. How are we doing that? Well, the grants to the ELCA is going to be down, the salaries are going to be down, and that's going to help reducing our expenses. Next slide. So this year we're projecting a surplus of $1,929, so basically a break-even situation. Last year we had a deficit of $36,000. That was mostly because we had a higher, actually the $36,000 was the budget for fiscal 25. It was a break even because we had that higher mission or the congregational giving number. So, we really didn't think we could make that based on what we've seen in terms of congregational giving the last couple of years. Obviously, we're going to be doing outreach in that area, and you'll hear more about that from some of the speakers that are coming up later. But to be conservative, we really wanted to budget that revenues were going to be flat from congregational giving. So last year, when we did the whole budget, we budgeted at a very small loss of $36,000. So that's kind of the high level discussion. This has been, as we talked about, approved by the council. The finance committee has gone over this. The next steps in the process is we'll be working on a detailed budget for 25-26. So that's the year that'll end January 31, 2026. We're going to go over that at the September online assembly meeting, which will basically be a 2-hour Zoom meeting where you can go in and listen to here are the details for the budget, because we didn't have that together for this meeting with, cleaning up the books, going through the audit. We're working on the spending plan. We just kind of ran out of time, and that's why we're doing that in September. So there'll be a lot more on the Zoom, so make sure you have that on your calendars. It'll be on September 28th, and hope you can Zoom in for that. So I know we're running short on time, so this is more of like an informational report, and I'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Scott. Join me in thanking Scott and the finance team for the incredible amount of work that they're doing. Thank you, Scott. In advance of the budget presentation in September, as Scott mentioned, there will be a series of online forums for further investigation and for further questions, both about the spending plan and how that's unfolding, and about the plans for the budget. You may have noticed that I'm no longer on stage, but are in our makeshift podcast studio, where we have interviews with important people. And I want you to join me in welcoming our first guest, the Reverend Ruben Duran, who is here to share with us an interview report from Churchwide. We are all the ELCA, right? We are all members of the ELCA. Ruben is coming to us from another part of the ELCA Churchwide with a report. I mentioned in my opening yesterday that we went to a seminary together, and walking down the hallway, I found a couple of photographs of us from the seminary wall. You can discuss at your table any opinions you might have about those photographs or hairstyle or anything like that. But anything about your experience at Pacific Lutheran Theological Seminary that prepared you for your decades of leadership among us within the ELCA? Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, thanks to Portico, I'm still looking pretty good from there. Anyway, one word for me would be the sense of community. And it began even before I came to PLTS. Who would have known? I wouldn't end up in Berkeley, but community began when I was in Seattle. I was a youth director at Holy Cross Lutheran in Bellevue, Washington, and then at Mount Si Lutheran, west of Seattle. And somebody passed the word, and he got to PLTS, and Dr. Edmund Yee was sent up north to recruit me. And so he tried to use, whatever he could to say, you gotta come to PLTS. And I was kind of saying, I don't know. You know, the church was actually willing to fire me so that I could come to seminary. Because they said, we see something in you. You gotta prepare. And I was kind of hesitant and all that. So one day, Dr. Yi comes and says, you know, everybody tells me that you pray like a pietist, but you work like a liberal. So you belong at PLTS. So that's what did it. I don't know what I meant. But anyway, I was there. So community began even before. Dr. Yi has been a mentor, a friend, not only before, during seminary, but especially after seminary. The last 38 years, he's been a really good source of wisdom and prayer and support for many years. Community. Oh, okay, yes, Dr. Yi. But also seminary, my wife and I were at the Delaware apartments. We opened our apartment every Wednesday night for community. And so students would come, they came hungry, and you know, we just eat and play and pray, and that kept us going. So those friends are still friends today. I can name many of them, and some of them we are in conversation all the time. That sense of community, a community of learners. Two things are very important for me at PLTS. One was they respected my own journey and theology. I was affirmed first on what I brought. And then I received tools so that I can enhance that and then contextualize wherever I go in the world. One example, most people say, well, baptism is the beginning of, you know, your Christian journey and all that, and God acts in baptism. Of course, all the doctrinal things are there. But I also developed in seminary that baptism is the great equalizer of all people. So that you and I don't care if you're from Norway, or from Sweden, or from Peru, or from Mexico. We stand in the same platform equally before God. So baptism is the only antidote to racism. And that's what I learned at PLTS. And last but not least, my internship was the best. St. John's Lutheran in Oakland, California. Pastor Joe Barnes taught me about anti-racism training. I learned about how to be comfortable with the African descent community and learn the history and the culture and all that. But most important, I learned how to put together a 501c3 corporation, St. John's Community Center. I'll never forget that. I still do it today with my eyes closed. I can begin any organization anywhere using the legal systems for that. I learned that during internship. So thank you, PLTS, for shaping me all these years of ministry in the ELCA.
Thank you.
That was a commercial.
That's fantastic. The commercial continues, and my next question is about leadership. In the ELCA, we've always been committed to making disciples in all different kinds of settings, congregations, campus ministries, gathering communities. And sometimes we've had a clergy-centric, rostered ministry-centric form of leadership development. That seems to be changing. Talk about the change that you see happening.
Yes. Some of it is out of necessity, but actually it's also just an understanding for the need for renewal as a whole church. You know, we're declining, we're shrinking, so this is not time just to blame for a situation, but rather look at the assets that we have. The Bible is very clear. Every believer has gifts of the Holy Spirit. Are we checking them out? Because those are asset gifts that could be helpful wherever we are. Also, in Ephesians chapter 4, there are types of leaderships already set up. Pastors, teachers, evangelists, apostles, prophets. So why don't we train all 5 of them? There should be enough there for leadership. We should never be lacking of leadership. But somehow we centralize ourselves on the professional. So therefore, some churches said we're vacant. We're not a hotel with vacancies. Give me a break, you know. So the question is, following our vice president, my question is for all of us, you know, are we going to just sit around and keep declining just because we have a shrinking in pastoral leadership or pastors and deacons? I hope you say, no way, because we have the gifts that we need. We just need to reorganize ourselves for that. So for example, we have 8,300 churches. We have 7,500 roster leaders. We have 154 new students, used to be in the 300s. 154 new students for 7 seminaries. How long can we keep that up on a traditional systemic way? No. So we gotta rethink all that. So I wanna ask you a question right now. Sorry, Bishop, but I gotta ask this. I can't, it's my job. Maybe it's not my job. I'm making it my job, all right? So I want to ask you, do you have in your congregation one person or more that you believe they're gifted leaders, they're natural leaders, they bring people together, they deliver ministry? They never would say, I want to be a pastor or a deacon. That's not the point. But do you have them? What if the Synod and PLTS that are partnering together were to invite you to consider, without leaving your place, we come to you to enhance your leadership, to make it more effective, so that whether you have a pastor or deacon or not, your church can continue to do the work in the neighborhood and flourish. How many of you have a person or more like that? Raise your hand if you do that. Okay, all right. All of you are invited to be the first group of people that will be prepared into the future by our Synod and PLTS. Consider yourself invited. We have the recruitment here, operators standing by, right here. Jill is waiting for you. Would be delighted. You know what? You could be the first Synod that is cracking the thing up. I said, here, in this Synod, we're going to begin to train our lay people deep in theology, deep into the practice of understanding the gospel of Jesus Christ, and then begin to listen to neighbors and reshape the way in which we do work. We will never run out of leaders. We'll be a church with integrity, with transparency, open with vulnerability, and you will see younger generation, people of color saying, we are looking for that. Come and let's talk and be church into the future. They might not come into our walls, but we'll be church in many ways and in different ways in the community. That's the future we're working on, and you could be pioneers of that. I invite you to consider that seriously.
Fantastic. So it's not when, or it's not if, when this happens, the question is to you, will you be a part of it? And will you be able to tell the story that you were at the assembly where this invitation was made,
Amen.
And there was this new partnership that
Amen.
was designed to step into the future? Thank
Amen.
you very much for
Yes.
that.
Yes.
So what is there another innovation that's happening? There are innovations happening throughout the church. Is there another innovation that is happening in the ELCA that piques your interest, that excites you?
Oh my goodness, yes. One of them is, this was not in the script.
Well,
I like
it's,
it.
I
love
took
it.
it
I
out
love
of
it. I love
order.
it.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
I like a church out of order.
It's good.
All
It's
right,
a late night talk show.
I love, oh yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Have my drink. All right. No, this is amazing. This is good. Let me tell you. I have found, at least at the moment, 22 ELCA congregations, and 2 of them are ecumenical, who are already giving us a signal of that hopeful signs into the future. Okay, these 22 places, and I gave in my workshop one of them for you with a website. It's called Calvary by the Sea in Honolulu, Hawaii. But there are others like that. These ministries have been able to basically say, don't invite anybody to church anymore until further notice. Okay, and then Lutherans who try to never obey, they invite anyway. You know, but reverse psychology, right? But no, that's not it. Please don't. We got to get our house in order. And what that means is to go back deeper into the why. Why are we Christian? Why are we Lutheran? And trying to articulate that in ways that we could easily understand. And so that we can begin to operate out of the assets of our own theological identity. We cannot be anybody else. We got to be who we already are and then begin to live into that. People are no fools in the neighborhood. We already have been sending messages for 20, 30, 40 years. The people in the city, we don't go there. Those are the folks who come every Sunday. They drink their coffee, eat their cookies, and go home, and we don't see them until the next Sunday. We have Lutheran churches where they hire people in the community to protect their cars in the parking lot while they do to worship. Give me a break. How far we gotten? So somehow we gotta get back into who we really are and begin to operate out of that. Like I told you, my own experience of baptism and understanding of that. There's so many richness on that. So I found these 22 that are showing the signs of intersectionality. These are truly welcoming community. And the neighborhood notices that and begin to try to figure out what is this. And so churches might be one thing on a Sunday morning, but many other expressions of churches during the week in different ways, in different places. And that seems to be one of the things we might need to explore into the future. So we already asked a group of young people to learn from this 22. We will finish in August. September, October, November, we're going to get the insight. By the end of the year, you're going to hear ways in which we begin to formulate and train existing churches and some new ones to be able to operate into the future with those best practices that we'll be learning from these folks. So that's pretty exciting to me. The next generations then pick it up and run with it, while Ruben goes into the horizon. So.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder that Pastor Ruben has a workshop this afternoon at 4:30. If you are intrigued and excited about some of the things that he's talking about with us, join Pastor Ruben's workshop. I have 3 more questions. One is maybe longer. It's not long. And then 2 are very quick. All right. The first one is regarding the churchwide assembly in 2025. We will be electing a new presiding bishop at the 2025 churchwide assembly. And I'm wondering if you have words of wisdom for our voting members who will be going and their discernment for that election.
Oh my goodness.
How does that happen?
Yeah, that would be so good. Because, you've already experienced recently the election of an amazing bishop. And so you have to go through a process of discerning, right? So, but now, in the coming months, as you hear from your vice president, there's some self-examination that needs to take place here in Sierra Pacific Synod, and you'll be able to articulate what are all those priorities that you see into the future. What are some of the basic principles, values that you're going to hold so that you can be accountable to one another on the things you intend? That's a huge gift that you can give to 64 other synods in the ELCA, and others are doing the same. The way we select a new presiding bishop, staff, and then into the future, it's gotta be based on the wisdom and the voices of the people of God, like you, from the congregation, from synods, and beyond. There are people working on the adjustment on the role of the presiding bishop and some of the limitations and some of the gifts that that person can give us. That's wonderful, and you will hear in that, so you can discern and study those. But the best way to look at those things is based on your own priorities, goals, and aspirations into the future, because that's your contribution. It could be a criteria for you. So once you get to the assembly, you'll be able to participate actively on that. And then also there are some issues that have been at work. For example, the future of urban ministry, the future of new congregations. The Commission for Renewal of the Church is going to make some recommendations. So you can act based on your own gifts and priorities to use as a criteria to make decisions with other people in the church. So don't go empty. Bring exactly what you got, and that would be helpful.
Thank you. This is a fluffy question, but maybe not. If there's one writer that you're reading on spirituality, or a book on spirituality or practice that you might talk about, who would that be?
Yes. Oh, my goodness. One of our
Maybe
own.
one.
Okay. All right. The book is called Buried Seeds. Buried Seeds. And it's written by our own Alexia Salvatierra, alumni from PLTS, now the Dean of the Centro Latino at Fuller Seminary in Pasadena. We're good friends. Alexia is amazing. What she gives to us is 2 gifts that you can receive from the margins of society. How is the Christian faith developing on the margins of society? A lot of Lutherans are saying, we don't know what to do. We don't have a pastor. We don't have any money. We're declining. I said, welcome to the margins. Welcome. Now, shut up and listen from your colleagues who've been on the margins, with no money, left alone, left behind, and Christianity is flourishing there. So it's time to listen to the margins. Alexia put it in a book. And she said, what did we learn from the basic Christian communities in Latin America all these years and nobody cared about them? And look how Christianity has flourished, kept the communities alive. And the other one is the hush harbors during the times of slavery in North America, and how the people survived. And they had to counter the Christianity that was supporting slavery, and then the Christianity they had to rediscover in the Bible and theology in secret, because the owners of the land would not allow them to even gather. Got to learn from that. Alexia brought it up, And it's just amazing. She's just so smart. I can tell you, when we were in seminary, and I always sat next to Alexia. I learned so much from her, but we had a deal going on, you got to know. And Alexia was so smart. I had some amazing comments to professors. So we had a deal. By 2 in the afternoon, 2:30, we're so tired, we needed a break and a nap, The professor was so boring at that time, And so the deal was, everybody said, Ruben, we're ready for a break. Oh, okay, no problem. And then I would just say, Lexia, we're ready. And then Lexia said, excuse me, professor. And then she would ask a question to the professor that was so difficult to answer that every time the professor, well, that's a very good question. Why don't we take a break? We'll pick up from there. That was Alexia Salvatierra. So picked up her book, very seat. You'll see that.
That's fantastic, and that's the perfect segue for the break that we need to take. Thank you very much, Pastor Ruben. 40 years ago in seminary, I had no idea that we would be sitting here together, and this small thank you, our hearts have been opened by your presence. Thank you very much for being here. I want to invite the Reverend Louise Britz to come and offer a moment of spiritual practice for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Louise.
Good morning. I grew up in a household where gospel music was always playing. My mom would tell me that it helps keep her mind on Jesus. She said it was always important to be prayed up. You never knew when the Lord needed you to act. After Mom's stroke in her final days, I would play gospel music in her room. One day she opened her eyes, but was looking through me. She was raising her hands and waving them as if in a beat to music, but it wasn't what I was playing. I asked her, "What are you doing?" She said ever so softly, "I'm singing with the heavenly choir." Isn't it beautiful? She died the next morning. Since then, I've taken up the practice of always having gospel music on to help me pray, not only within my spirit, but I believe the heavenly choir, our community of saints, prays with me, giving me prayer power. So here's one of my favorite songs to play. In younger days, I would have danced to it, but I'm not going to do that now. But I'm going to sit and allow the words to wash over me and become my prayer. I invite each of you to close your eyes and allow the music to wash over you and move your body and use hand motions as my mother did to allow my body to speak the words. The song starts out, "Come, Holy Spirit, you are welcome in this place. We thirst for your anointing. We long for your embrace." Let's close our eyes and let's open ourselves to be filled with this music. If you could play the song.
Thank you, Pastor Louise. A quick reminder that nominations are open until 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock nominations will close. We're moving directly now into our keynote presentation, and I want you to join me in welcoming back the Reverend Rebecca Anderson, our keynote presenter. You can turn your chairs into the center. Rebecca will be speaking from the center of the room. Welcome, Pastor Rebecca.
Good morning, y'all. It's good to be back with you. Good morning. So I'm going to tell you what I hope is a shorty. A few years before the pandemic, I had a breakup with a man who I'd been quite serious with. And on the Sunday afternoon, before I broke up with him, I reached out to a friend. I called a comedy friend in Chicago who I don't even know that well, called him, left a voice message so you and he know how serious it was, actually used the voicemail function. And when he called me back, and I promise you he does sound a little bit like Seinfeld, he said, "Hey, what's going on?" And I talked him through what I thought I needed to do, and he said, "I think you gotta do it. You gotta rip the Band-Aid off. You know what you need to do." I had the breakup, and about a month later, I found myself at a wedding, and those of you who perform weddings will appreciate how sweet this is. I didn't have to do anything at the wedding. I knew people at the reception. I did not sneak away with my robe over my arm. I stayed and danced and enjoyed the party. And this comic, Chris, was at the party too. And I felt all of this affection for him. And we had this sort of camp style, or like church camp style, like touchiness, like hugging each other and like, "Oh, hi, honey, it's so good to see you." And we were seated at adjacent tables and would sometimes reach for each other and then let go when the servers came through. Just was so grateful for him. Someone who, again, I didn't know very well, but who had talked me through this significant breakup. And at some point during the reception, having witnessed all this, a friend of mine with whom I already had started to feel a little bit of a rupture, a friend of mine, a friend of both of ours, came up to me, and she stood quite close to me. She's quite a bit taller than I am, and I'm going to give you the cleaned up version of what she said to me. Standing quite close, she looked down at me and she said, "Don't sleep with him." And I was like, "What? With Chris?" I don't think I would have thought any more about that moment, and certainly not as much as I have for the last, probably 5 years now, if it hadn't been for a storytelling workshop at another church in Chicago. The pastor had gathered some folks on a Saturday morning, and he shocked me pulling his own high wire act. At the end of our 3 hours, he said, "I'm not going to preach tomorrow. Some of y'all are going to tell a story." I was like, this man is bold. He has his leadership on lock. It's Saturday noon, and he's just like, "Some of you guys are going to tell a story. I'm not preaching." He said, "The text we have is one of the stories about the woman, maybe it's Mary in some versions, the woman anointing Jesus' feet. And the man, the Pharisee, Simon, Judas, different versions, criticizing her." See a lot of nods. It's a familiar story. My guess is everybody in the room has a visual for it. And this pastor said, "So I wonder if you have a story about a time when somebody misunderstood your relationship with another person." And this wedding reception kind of clobbered back, fell on top of me, and I said, "Yes, I do." And I told that story, and people were suspicious. They said, "I'm sorry, did you two set this up? Were you already thinking about it?" I said, No. And I didn't even think until that morning that that's one of the things that story of Jesus having his feet anointed, I didn't even think that was a thing it could be about. I have a lot of feelings about that story, a lot of thoughts about that story. I've preached it, of course. I've preached it with puppets, frankly. But I had never thought about it in relation to that moment at the wedding reception. I think core to this work of storytelling as a faith practice and a community building tool is the question that we got to sort of at the end of our time together yesterday. What's it about? What's that about? And I think there are ways where we ask that of our own material or someone else's story. What do you think that's about for you? That's about sort of personal motivations, personal themes. I think there's a way, too, where what's it about is a question that we're very familiar with as a people of faith. Volunteers have some stuff to hand out to you, and when they're ready, they'll bring that around to you. You can ignore it if you're able. I mean, most people want to look at a thing as soon as it's in their hands. You can do that, too. But some volunteers are coming around. Every week at Gilead, our church, people arrive to find a little slip of paper, sort of like the ones you had on your table yesterday, like the ones that are coming around. I'm going to call those exclusively prompts, although people mean all kinds of different things by that word. People arrive, and actually they get kind of a flurry of paper. There's a bulletin and a name tag and a prompt and a coaster if they want it. It's too much paper. But they get this prompt, and they are invited to complete a little half sentence every week. They're anonymous, and then we collect them and we read them as part of the welcome. Some years ago, my regional minister described them as our call to worship, and I thought, they're not our call to worship, and then I thought about it more and thought, yes, they are our call to worship. So we ripped off this practice from live events hosted by The Moth. People in the room listen to The Moth storytelling. So for those of you who are like, what? It's a radio show, it's a podcast on which people share true first-person stories from their lives, the same kind of thing that we're going to be doing tonight and that I've been about this weekend and in general. So we put out these little slips of paper with a half sentence on them, and coming up with that sentence, which is often quite mundane, as you'll see on the slips coming around, coming up with the half sentence on that slip of paper requires us to ask that question, what's it about? We're asking, what is this service about? What is this sermon about? What is this sermon series about? I think it's a question we're used to asking when we come to a Bible passage devotionally. And I just mean, like, if you go to a Bible passage looking for meaning, it's like, what's here for me? What's this about? I think it's a question that most pastors ask when they're getting ready to preach. What's this passage about for us at this point in our lives together, given what's going on in the world and what God wants to speak into that? It's a question most worship leaders are looking to answer when they're choosing songs and they email the pastor back, wait, so where is the sermon going? What are we doing? What's this about? What's it about? As a planning team at Gilead, we ask each week, what's this series about, the service, the sermon, and how do we want to invite people into it? Like, at what point in the arc of the story we're telling do we want to invite people in? What's their starting point? What moment in a person's life might snug up next to the thing that we're trying to do in the service or the sermon? If you have those little slips of paper, or as they get to your table, if you would fill out one as so moved. And if you're like, I don't know how to answer it, I assure you, you do. You may not want to, and that's fine. But the thing that occurs to you, you'll end up with little slips of paper. You probably, looks like some people don't have them yet. Yeah, some people have gotten them. Can I hold yours up? So you'll end up with little slips of paper like this. Volunteers, do we have these? Do other tables have them yet? Some people do. It's uneven. And I want to say this is entirely on me. This morning I was like, we need prompts. So they're coming around. When you get them, think about how you might fill them out and do if so inspired. One of them is, one of the prompts on your table, or that's coming to your table is, I thought it was over when. So this is one of those, so we can set that aside for a minute. They'll come around to you. This practice of setting out these little slips of paper is one of these storytelling practices that you could adopt immediately in your setting. You could use it in a small group, a Bible study, an adult forum. You can use it if you use a lot of nouns. You can even use it with like middle schoolers, or if you use really concrete language. I was lonely when. If you have a certain kind of emotional intimacy with among your like junior high, high school kids, you can ask them prompts as well. I always kind of denigrate children. They're not great storytellers, you know what I mean? They don't have a lot of material, and mostly their sense of narrative arc is not great. But if you ask them for a specific moment, they can get there. So the impact of this, of sharing these little slips of paper, collecting them and reading them anonymously, and we'll eventually hear some of yours here, is that you have a sense of who's in the room. There's a real cloud of witnesses aspect to it. It's also a way for people who would never want to get on a mic and share something from their own life. It's a way to get their voice in the mix. It's a way for people who would prefer to write than speak to get their stories in the mix. And again, it invites people to think of a particular moment where their story might intersect with God's, or a place to listen for God in their story. One of our prompts that stands out in my mind that we did at worship is the prompt, "My life got saved when?" My life got saved when, and responses came back like, when the other car swerved. One person said that their life had gotten saved. I don't remember the details, although I still have these clipped together on my desk at home. Somebody said when one blade was too dull, and the other blade was something they had received as a gift from a sibling, and they didn't want to use that. My life got saved when. One of our second ever worship service, we said, one of the best meals I ever had was when. The word when is important because it drives people to moments instead of ideas. If we just said the best meal I ever had was, you might get a list of menus. But what we got instead was a list of moments. People listed fights they've had. I remember one of them, a plate of spaghetti being thrown out of a window. I remember that one person, one of their most memorable meals was that one of their grandparents and them had ordered a pizza, and they were waiting for it to be delivered while their other grandparent's body was in the next room, and they were waiting on the morgue. One of the most memorable meals I had was when. And people will share all kinds of things. And this is one of those things that intellectually, any room is full of stories, but to hear them out loud does a different kind of work. So every worship service, we come up with a list of possible prompts. There are always a couple that are just jokes and we're never going to use, and they're often, I redacted some because I was not going to share them in this room. Our Easter prompt one year was, "I thought it was all over when." Preaching John 15, "No greater love is there than to lay down your life for your friends." We considered, "They would have done anything for me when." "I loved them to death when." We landed on, "I would have done anything for them when." My co-pastor, one of his core sermons is to preach Leviticus 19, which I'm sure you're all drawing to mind immediately, but one of the passages in Leviticus 19 is about not harvesting all the way to the edge of your field, leaving something in the corners at the edges, and that's for gleaners, that's for the impoverished. One of the things that text is about to my co-pastor is not striving the way so many of us do to maximize our time and fill up every corner of our calendar. So that's one of his core sermons that he comes back to again and again. And our list of possible prompts for that night was, I was available when, I was free when, I had to look at my calendar when, so pretty on the nose, And the one we landed on was, I was burning the candle at both ends when. There's something in this practice that turns out to be helpful, and that's choosing something. We need some few little story prompts over here in the middle. It turns out to be helpful to use language that's a little bit idiomatic. Can I grab a little cluster of these? Thank you very much. If you use language that's a little bit idiomatic, people are used to doing some interpretive work in the background. They don't even think about it. They just, they have a sense. I think we'll bring a stack of prompts over here. So using something idiomatic that requires a little bit of interpretation. Nobody is literally burning the candle at both ends. They're used to thinking about that as an analogy. Acts 15, I preached on the end of friendships when Paul and Barnabas split ways. It wasn't working when, it had to end when, I couldn't let go when, the distance was growing when, I got the itch to leave when. But we're trying to get people to think about something that might touch the story in a more specific way, and we landed on it had run its course when, because I wanted to preach about discerning that the end had arrived. So these are some of the prompts we've used, some of the ways we think about them. People are getting prompts by now. Is there a table that still needs blank prompts? Got a couple over here in the middle. And then some over here. Got it. Okay, some folks have them. They are coming around. So you can be working on those in the background. This is like a multitasker's dream and some people's nightmare. So I apologize for those of you who are like, what are we even focusing on right now? I'm sorry. For those of you who are like, I'm also crocheting. This is great. You're welcome. I'm so happy to serve. So prompts, it's a practice that I commend to you and you could use right away. It's a way to bring people into the thing you're doing before they even know like what the text for the day is. And then a table over here in the corner. Anybody else waiting? And they are different ones, that's fine. You can grab one that speaks to you. In a minute, my phone is talking to me. Great. I want to turn in a slightly different direction, but I also want to catch our breath now that we have the prompts. Can be filling those out, and eventually we're going to kind of pass them this way, but don't worry about that yet. So the other handout you have, the full-sided, two-sided story theology. There's a diagram on one side and a list on the other. I am convinced that storytelling is an inherently theological practice. It's meaning-making, it's listening for who we are and where God is in our story. But there are ways to practice it quite explicitly, to make explicit what I think is always there, the theological anthropology of any story. And these are a couple of different rubrics that I use to do that. I did not make either of these up. The front page that begins with experience near, that comes from a CPE practitioner named Beth Burbank, who at some point was in Chicago. Feel free to use both of these things. I would just ask that you attribute them to Beth Burbank, and then the back side is just something that I collated, so if you'd keep earshot on it, that's great. I want to use the front side for now, the one from Beth Burbank. And it has these 4 listening moves, and it may be helpful to you to know that she developed this in a pastoral, in a chaplaincy setting. So at some point in her list, she uses the word crisis. She's talking about a person who's in the hospital facing some treatment. We're going to sort of use it more broadly, use her rubric more broadly than just as a chaplain in a hospital room. But that's her framework and why she uses the language she does. I'm going to tell another story and invite us into this practice of story theology using her framework. And you'll see that her first move is experience near. I think I said yesterday that one of the ways these stories work in my community is that they have the storyteller sharing her own experience. I try to hew close to my experience. I have a really strong and negative reaction to hearing a pastor or a podcaster or a radio host say, you know how it feels when X happens and then everybody feels blank, and I'm like, if I don't feel that exact way, I'm taken out of the moment. Like, you know how it is when a family member does such and such and you always feel blank, and I think, well, I don't know if I feel exactly that, I don't know. This kind of storytelling is the opposite of that. It asks tellers to hew close to their own experience. And in my experience of how that works is it creates space for the other people listening or in conversation to reflect honestly on their own experience without supposing anything about how they would respond. So Beth's first move is related. She tags it as experience near. As you listen to a story, what comes up for you? What associations come up for you? Feelings, how do you identify with the storyteller? And that would even include sort of identifying in an opposite way. Like, I never would have done that. I'm not that kind of person. I don't know that I would have done that. So as you listen, I would invite you to just notice, to listen closely and to notice what's coming up in you. Maybe it's more important to listen closely to yourself. So sometime late pandemic, I went out for a walk in the evening. I'd had one of those Tuesday kind of days, whether it was a Tuesday or not, where I hadn't gotten anything done and I hadn't gone outside all day, even though I intended to. And I was in a really foul humor. I didn't work on the sermon, I didn't work out, and by the time I marginally got my act together, I barely had time to take a walk at all. Plus, it had started raining. It wasn't raining all day, but I had to get out of the house, and I wanted to get wine for dinner. I had bartered wine with my friends. I would bring wine if they would help me figure out the bureaucracy of the public service student loan forgiveness. Like, I was like, I don't care how much money they want to forgive, I'm never going to get this done on my own. So I had to go get wine, and I was walking north in my neighborhood on this pretty little residential street, and it was dark out, and the lights were dim on the street, and I could see into people's lit dining rooms and into their houses, and I was questioning all of my life choices. Like, why have I never painted my living room? Why have I never invested in a nicer light fixture? Why am I, at the time, 45 and still paying down student loans? Why am I so bad at paperwork? I was dressed, because it was very much winter in my heart, I was dressed in what I confess to you I consider my sort of DIY après-ski outfit, which is not cute. It's me in like running pants and then like a big woolly like turtleneck sweater and a like big wool hat, and I was wearing my like biggest snow boots over the whole thing, and I'm sort of clomping north. I mean, it looks a little more like sheep farmer than après-ski, but it was like, I was living the fantasy, okay? So, but it wasn't winter, and the air felt great. It was cool, not cold, and damp, and like a block into the walk, I realized I was super overdressed, and I started sweating, and I hit the Walgreens and turned to go down the main drag. And there were people out in the rain, and things looked cozy, and there were lights on, and things were kind of cheerful in a like, commerce isn't dead kind of way, you know what I mean? And I put my mask on, and I headed into this little wine shop called In Fine Spirits, which is beautiful wooden shelves, floor to ceiling, kind of a library vibe, like warm lighting from the street, and through the window on a rainy Thursday night, I wrote down, it was a Thursday, early, late pandemic, it was the kind of place where I thought maybe things were gonna be okay. And I pushed open the door. And there were 4 people already in the shop, and they were like properly après-ski. Like, they were all, I would say, 2 feet taller than I am, slender, they looked like sort of Northern European, maybe the women's hair was smooth, and the guy had sort of a chiseled jaw, and they were not at all like frizzy, wearing a woolen hat that was wet, and they were all standing together having like a little wine tasting. I came through the door, and none of the 4 so much as looked in my direction. That's fine. That's fine. I prefer to browse alone. Whenever somebody asks me in a store if they can help me, I'm like, no, I just got here, hold on. So I didn't want to talk about wine. I didn't want to talk about what kind of wine pairs well with student debt or whatever, you know? So, but it's a small store, and I was having this kind of goodwill toward all people feeling, and I wanted it to be reciprocal, you know? I wanted them to like acknowledge me. It's our second pandemic Christmas, and we made it, and you know, can we just look at each other? And the guy was saying something that sounded kind of like knowledgeable and asking the women if they wanted to taste the next thing. And one of them was like, "We're getting tipsy tonight." And I was like, "That seems true." And I circled the $13 shelf, and I was reading all the labels. I had a kind of stained canvas bag with me, but I looked like I was shopping, you know? I looked like I was gonna buy some wine. And yeah, the guy doing the wine tasting was doing a thing, but wasn't he gonna, like, I was there to buy wine. Was he not gonna talk to me? The door opened again, and into this very small shop comes another person with a big, husky-looking dog. And did the wine tasters, did they look up? Did they notice? Did they acknowledge their shared humanity and or purchasing power? In fact, they lost their minds. They were like, "Oh, look at the dog. Oh, he's wet. Oh, he has. Oh, he's been out in the rain." You know who else had been in the rain? Me. Also cute and disheveled. What? No acknowledgement. No acknowledgement. And here's the thing, okay? I know that consumerism is a lie. I know it's a lie that tells us we're not enough, and that if we participate, maybe we can become enough. A nice light fixture, or a nice bottle of wine, or repaint the living room, or whatever. I know it's a lie, but it's contagious, and I caught it. So maybe the dog pushed me over the edge, but it was all me when I thought, this is ridiculous. This place, wait till you hear the direction in which I thought it was ridiculous. This place like prides itself on customer service. The tall women bent way down, so tall, way down to pet the dog. And I got closer to choosing my wine, and finally the guy with the chiseled jaw looked in my direction, like, "Thank you." And I made eye contact, and I mustered every ounce of my personality. It's not like I was trying to pick him up. I just wanted to, like, establish my personhood. And I smiled broadly, like I was so charmed by the whole boozy, doggy scene. And I said, "How you doing?" What? And what? And he smiled back, like, kind of, and I was feeling, like, proud for myself, standing up for myself as, like, a person and a consumer in our country. What? And I took my bottles to the counter, and then this voice came out from behind the wall of tall wine tasters. "You ready?" And it wasn't the guy. It wasn't a guy at all. And out from behind these tall, smooth-haired people came a woman shorter than I with curly hair and great glasses. And I realized she was the person working at the wine store who I hadn't seen behind the curtain of people, whose voice I hadn't heard over theirs, who maybe hadn't even seen me, and she was so pleasant. And I asked where she bought her cute glasses, and I said, "Yes, I am in your database." And the guy was just another customer, like commandeering the space and monopolizing the employee's attention. And I put my wet wool hat on, and I was super glad to, like, duck my head down and look away. Just another consumer, getting so many things wrong. And the worker and the wine tasters and the dog, they were all still inside when I shut the door behind me. So, I don't know what, if anything, is theological about that story, but you're going to tell one another. Let's take a few minutes and take up that question of experience near. You have a variety of sort of toeholds into that question on the paper in front of you, but it's what comes up for you. Feelings, identifications, associations, they can be quite tangential. You can't get it wrong. But that is the question. What comes up for you? I'm going to set a timer for like 5 minutes. This is time to talk at your table. As I said, you cannot get it wrong. Experience near thinking about that story that I just told. Go for it.
Thank you so much.
Friends, wrap that thought up. Wrap that thought up, and we'll come back into one conversation.
They're always so good. I know. They said, too many people said yes.
Friends, we've got just a few minutes left here, so if we can come back to one conversation. Thank you for that. I'm going to do the thing that I said people shouldn't do, like where I'm going to attribute feelings to someone besides, well, no, I won't. I won't claim what I think you felt. That felt great to me, hearing the things that I heard shared just walking around the room. I have to say that in my experience, this works. Even people who have known each other for a long time will find something to share and new points of connection. I want to skip the middle step for time and just talk about it. She asks for an image or a key message that the story seems to represent. And based on, I would say, the intersection of what came up for you and what you heard me say, what is something that this story could be about, or about for you, or what's it about if you were thinking about where would this story go in relation to a Bible story or a theological idea? We have to do it real quick and dirty, so the question is, what do you think this story could be about, or what's it about for you? If you'll raise your hand, holler at me, I'll repeat it on the mic. What do you think this story is about? Jonah and the whale. I immediately want to hear that sermon. What else is it about? The Samaritan woman. I said it would be quick and dirty, but now I have two sermons I want to hear. What else is it about? Meaning, stories, ideas. What else could it be about? Being intimidated by the glitterati? Elijah and the still small voice. Jumping to conclusions. It's not always all about me. Silencing my own inner critic. Being seen. Was there another hand over here? Power of puppies. Insider, outsider. I overheard somebody talking about, this is the sentence I heard, when the doctor talks to me instead of her. So it's being seen, who counts? Who's getting the eye contact? Who's getting addressed? Other things it could be about. The woman with the blood flow. Oh, my feelings preceded me into the room. I'm out here casting a wide emotional net. Seeing. Other things that could, yes. Eve eating the forbidden fruit. Love. Jesus calming the storm. This is why you want to get a lot of voices in the mix, because they're not connections that everybody in the room is going to make. Much like that story about the wedding reception somehow being about Jesus' feet getting anointed. You get more voices in the room, there are more connections, more places to listen for, see, recognize God and one another. I want to read some of these amazing prompts. We're going to come back to them later. Y'all, so good. Okay. I'm going to come back to the almost never tell. I knew I'd found my people when they laughed, they nodded, they dropped their heads, they cried, they grinned on one side of their mouth. I am going to do these. Okay, I almost never tell anyone about the time when there's an event in Chicago called We Still Like You. And the premise of the show is that people come and tell their like non-criminal, shame-based stories. And the contract, well, maybe they are criminal, but it's not like ethically problematic or whatever. So they tell their shame-based stories, and the contract with the audience is that after they tell the story, the audience says, "We still like you." And my claim is that the way we pronounce that in the church is "peace be with you." I almost never tell anyone about the time when I tell most people, friends, anything, because if I don't tell people, it's because I felt shame. I almost never tell anyone about the time I challenged my grandson about a car accident he was in, and he is not talking to me now. We still like you. I thought it was all over when I was underwater and trying to keep a friend who didn't know how to swim from drowning while not drowning myself. I knew I'd found my people when my volunteers worked all event to the point of pure exhaustion, and when all was done, we played and partied harder. I read this one already. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I was taken to an immigrant detention center at the airport in 1976. The financial document for my student visa had a mathematical error. I thought it was all over when divorce court judge gave 6 months. I had already taken that Monday off to celebrate. I knew I'd found my people when they wanted to sit next to me, when I was sure I would have remained alone. I thought it was all over when my dad died. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I was allowed back on my college. I have to come back to this one, by my coach. I knew I'd found, because I can't read it, I knew I'd found my people when my single year in I'm going to come back to these, y'all. They're so good. Let me find one that I know I can read. I thought it was all over when a 6x10 piece of plywood flew off a truck in front of me on the highway and seemed to turn slowly in the air directly toward my windshield. I had never skied. I thought it was all over when I got off the list at the top of a hill and the sign said that the only path down was a black diamond. I thought it was all over when she left me outside the couples counselor office and I had to walk 6 miles home. I thought it was all over when I had cancer and couldn't be there for my daughter when she was going through a difficult pregnancy and late-term miscarriage. I thought it was all over when my daughter's cancer had returned. I thought it was all over when we had to move to California. Any room is full of stories. If you are somebody who's talked to me about telling a story, find me at noon. I'm going to be, just to make eye contact, I'm going to be in that sensory-free room off the atrium. I'll be doing workshops again, 3:30 and 4:30 this afternoon, increasingly focusing on folks who are telling tonight. Or, yea, verily, we need 2 storytellers for tomorrow on joy in a difficult time. Y'all, thank you. I'll see you at 1:15.
Thank you very much, Pastor Rebecca. We definitely still like you. Thank you for this. I'm seeing people coming and going throughout the room, so I'm trusting that you are taking care of yourselves and getting what you need. So we're just going to continue with our session, and we'll break at noon for lunch. A reminder, it's not a reminder, it's new information. 11 o'clock, nominations have closed. So there is no more opportunity to nominate for positions. It's now my pleasure to call us back into order into this plenary business session, and I'm going to invite our Vice President, Simon, to speak.
Still good morning. I hope you enjoy the assembly so far. 2 years, we have been stumbling a little bit here and there, trying to figure out what we are going to do. And last year, we spent so much time and elected Bishop Jeff Johnson. I have to say this, from I don't know him that well to I like that guy, to working with him for now 7 months, I like him more. Please give a big hand of Bishop Jeff Johnson for your first bishop report for the assembly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I get a little wonky in reports, so I apologize for that in advance. Thank you, Simon, for this kind introduction and for the joy of working alongside of you and the other leaders on the council and the Council of Deans and the Synod. The Synod is blessed by your leadership, by your presence. I'm grateful for the opportunity to spend a few moments with you before lunch and to share some thoughts on our work together as Synod and as church. When I use the word synod, I'm not really talking about an office, although we have a really great one now at the seminary, and I'm not talking about an organization. For me, synod is a plural word. It's a collective word. It's an ancient word that means to be on the way together, not by ourselves as individual witnesses or isolated congregations, but together. It describes collaboration. Synod describes collaboration, and it's the word that I use to talk about the work that we do together. The Synod exists really only when we find ways to act together. The word church, the way I understand the word church, I don't think first of a building or a denomination or an organization, although we use the word in each of those ways. Even our Constitution says that church is a people created by God in Christ, empowered by the Spirit, called and sent to bear witness to God's creative, redeeming, and sanctifying activity in the world. Whatever else we may be, whatever else our government might call us, whatever, before we are a tax-exempt nonprofit corporation or a diverse collection of separate and distinct congregations, we are a people traveling along a way of discipleship who act together. We've been singing throughout this assembly this song by Ken Medema. Sometimes we don't have the words on the screen, but we've been listening to it. We've been learning it. We'll have another chance to sing it. Come build a church is the refrain. Come build a church of flesh and blood with human frailty, of flesh and bone with soul and spirit. No tower rising skyward, no house of wood or glass or stone. Flesh, blood, bone, frailty, soul, spirit, come build this church, this people. Do whatever you can to connect us together, to pay attention to each other, to create and support one another. We are church when we are a people knit together on the way. We are connected to one another so that we can be synod, acting together to bear witness to the loving kindness we know that we have experienced in Jesus Christ. And when we join together, better together, when we act together to change the world, this is how church and synod happens. It's been about 6 months since my installation at St. Matthew's Lutheran Church in Walnut Creek. Shout out to St. Matthew's Lutheran Church. Thank you for hosting. I remember the moment, maybe you remember some of these moments, but I remember the moment when the Reverend Dr. Lyle Miller, the first bishop of our synod, came forward with Bishop number 3, the Reverend David Mullen, to present the pectoral cross. I remember as well the stirring words of my good friend, the Reverend Karen Oliveto, the first Methodist bishop of Montana, and the first openly lesbian bishop elected among the United Methodists, when she preached to us and she said that it's important for us to get out into the world, and then she reminded us that we can't fix it. And I don't think she was saying that we can't clean things up, because Lord knows we've been doing a ton of cleanup work over the past 6 months, and there's still so much cleanup yet to do. I think what Bishop Karen was saying was that you can't fix it to be the way it was. We can't think that moving forward, our congregations are going to be the way they were, or ministry is going to be the way it was. For too long, we've spent way too much money that we don't have, borrowing it from the future. And the result is we don't have enough for those who will come after us to support new ministries and new missions in a time when it will be harder to be church together. We need to think differently about stewardship and about money. Many of us have buildings that were built for a different era, and sometimes it's only a leaky roof or a broken pipe away from congregations not really being able to make it anymore. We have to change the way we think about buildings and about property. Every year, it seems to get harder and harder for smaller churches to support professional leaders. Healthcare is expensive, compensation guidelines get more and more expensive, rostered leaders can't afford to move into our area because they can't raise their families on what we can afford to pay. More pastors are retiring from rostered ministry than are graduating from seminary. We have to think differently about professional leadership and find bold new ways to raise up both lay and rostered leaders for our communities of faith. All different kinds of communities of faith moving forward. It's about discipleship. It's always been about discipleship and about the way we have been changed by and know that the world will be changed by the good news we experience in Jesus, our sibling. And instead of fixing things, trying to turn back the clock, we need to respond to what God is doing now, how God is calling us now into fresh and new ways of being church, acting together as Synod. Everything is changing around us really fast. And in response, we need to change much about everything we do. Earlier this spring, my husband Pepe and I were in San Francisco for an evening out, and we decided to take a taxi across town. But it wasn't just any taxi. It was completely autonomous and driverless. As we settled into the back seat, we noticed that the front seats were empty. Nobody was behind the steering wheel. We buckled up, we began our journey. The steering wheel turned on its own, and the taxi smoothly pulled away from the curve out into the busy evening traffic. It navigated through the city, changing lanes, stopping at lights, turning corners, staying out of crosswalks. It skillfully avoided pedestrians, walking dogs, construction zones, and bicyclists, and 30 minutes later, we arrived at our destination on time, without any incident whatsoever, and after we stepped out, shut the door, the taxi, with no one inside, pulled away from the curb to pick up its next fare. Only a couple of years ago, who among us would have ever believed something like this to have even been possible? Everything everywhere is changing rapidly around us, sometimes faster than any of us can keep up, and what we might never have believed possible or practical has in no time at all become expected and preferable, even routine. Bishop Karen told us that we can't fix it to make it look like it used to be, but we can listen We can listen to what is happening now, what God is doing now, and we can build our church, our people, in response. We can knit ourselves back together as a people and act as Synod, act together in the world, and we can build a bridge for those who are coming after us. We do this when we practice discipleship and form disciples, when we support new ways to organize community, when we steward money sustainably, when we follow the lead of youth and children and young adults, when we work consistently to dismantle racism and sexism and ableism and heterosexism and caste, when we educate about healthy boundaries, when we cultivate new leaders to lead new communities, rostered and lay, when we reconnect and strengthen ecumenical partnerships, when we build stronger connections in every region of our Synod, and when we nurture spiritual practice. We have everything we need. Shortly after Bishop Elizabeth Eaton was elected to be our presiding bishop, she reminded us that Lutherans think about faith as confidence. She quoted Luther, who said that faith is the living, daring confidence in God's grace, so certain that you are willing to stake everything on it. We have confidence in God's grace. This is the bedrock of our way of life. It means that when we gather together as a people, we know that God is present within us and all around us, especially in simple things, water, wine, bread. We know and we expect God to show up as living word, empowering us, challenging us. We are committed to following Jesus into nonviolence, and we hear his clear instruction to love enemies and friends alike. Love and not revenge, love and not recrimination, love and not shame is the most effective weapon, the most effective response, to the hatred we suffer or the injury we experience. Law and gospel, saint and sinner, the priesthood of all believers, born in the waters of baptism, these are things that we know deeply. As Lutherans, we believe that not in spite of the cross, but because of the cross, and because of our conviction of God's solidarity within us, we are able to move through even the most desperate of circumstances. Our confidence shapes us as Lutherans and energizes our witness, our discipleship, our activism in the world. We have confidence that we can be church, the people of God, the people that God needs us to be in this moment, and that we can act together as Synod, together for the sake of the world. We're not starting from scratch. Neither are we trying to reclaim what once was. We need to move from what we have been given, move it forward, making a way even as we prepare a way for those who will come after us. Before I wrap up my remarks, I just want to take a moment to introduce you to our new staff team, some of whom are eager to help us to become a people acting together on the way. Megan McPherson will be leading our efforts around vocation, candidacy, team, and new programs for lay congregational leadership. The Reverend Dr. Charlene Lyons will be leading our efforts around transitions and mobility and the care of congregations and rostered leaders. The Reverend Amy Kinsley, our new Director of Evangelical Mission, will be leading our efforts to create sustainable regional partnerships, new forms of discipleship in the community and on campus. And the Reverend Brandon Peck, as our Synod's new Administrative Director, will be bringing his experience in managing information to help organize us and support our collaborative work. Let me say just a few words of each person. Pastor Brandon got his MDiv from PLTS a couple of years ago and served a congregation of the Church of Sweden in San Francisco, and is now a PhD student in historical and cultural studies of religion at the GTU in Berkeley. In his letter of introduction, Brandon wrote, My skills and experience would serve the demands of this role, particularly pertaining to the attention to detail, the managing of important information, and support for the team. I'm experienced in preparing agendas, facilitating important decision-making processes, and following up to hold specific actionable items in the forefront. Taking the initiative to create systems that are more efficient and collaborative is a value that drives my work. The perfect person for this job. Megan McPherson is a layperson and has been a 6th grade teacher at Verde K-8 school in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. And she has her MDiv from Union Theological Seminary in New York. And she says this about her desire to work with the Synod. I am an incidental Lutheran. If it weren't for my roommate dragging me to a monthly communion service in college and some plucky Lutheran volunteer corps alumni living down the street after graduation, I would never have found myself at a Lutheran church. But I'm a Lutheran because I read Daniel Erlander's Baptized We Live over pupusas at Platano on University Avenue in Berkeley. I'm a Lutheran because of a snowy semester spent at Holden Village. I'm a Lutheran because when I asked Dr. Michael Cooper-White about the decline of mainline Protestantism, he replied, "As Lutherans, I don't think we should fear death." I'm a Lutheran because of the beauty of the liturgy, the priesthood of all believers, the theology of the cross. All these things have made me claim Lutheranism as my home. The Reverend Dr. Charlene Lines was ordained 14 years ago and has served the past 10.5 years as the pastor of Faith Lutheran Church in Meadow Vista, a miracle of a parish in Meadow Vista. Beautiful parish, beautiful people. She received her MDiv from PLTS and her Doctor of Ministry from Claremont School of Theology, and she wrote, "Being part of a team that is working to support our congregations, inspire renewal, rebuild our synod, and help bring us together as the body of Christ excites me." Last spring, a colleague sent me an email describing me as a tenacious bridge builder, a synthesizer, and I am committed to collaborative, transformative conversations as an investment in building relationships. And finally, the Reverend Amy Kinsley has 17 years of pastoral experience and is most recently has been the associate pastor for outreach at St. John's Lutheran Church in Sacramento. A shout out to St. John's. Amy received her MDiv from the Lutheran School of Theology in Chicago, and she wrote, "I'm passionate about encouraging people in congregations and synods to explore new ways of being faithful witnesses in our communities. The old model of congregational ministry has long since failed us and is increasingly inhibiting our ability to share and live out the gospel of Jesus Christ faithfully. But I believe strongly in the power of a larger Lutheran witness, which requires shifting culture in our synod and the wider church from competition to cooperation and collaboration for the sake of mission and new ministry. I bring to this work gifts in creative and strategic thinking, a natural desire to work collaboratively, great hope that God is doing a new work in our church, and the experiences that helped to shape me as a strong leader. As we do our work among you, this bishop's team is committed to focusing on relationships and not just on transactions, to rebuilding, reknitting relationships with you and with congregations and ministries throughout this synod. We're committed to cultivating joy, to bringing energy and enthusiasm and expectation, and we're committed to being more collaborative and responsive and transparent about our work and our ideas. I want to invite you to join me as I invite this new team to stand to join me in welcoming these dedicated leaders to the bishop's team. Please stand. So my friends, I hope you agree with me that we have work to do, listening to what God has been up to, what God is up to, building a church by knitting ourselves together to one another as a people, strengthening our synod by acting together in the world, and building a bridge to the future by taking all that we have been given and creating something sustainable that we can pass along to those who come after us, to help them with the work that they will have to do to continue to make disciples, to create community, and to change the world we love. We are a church when we are people together on the way. We are synod when we act together in the world. May God bless you. May God bless us as we take these next steps together. Thank you for this time today. I think we have time to continue. Fantastic. I'm going to invite the Reverend Diane Bowers to the stage. Pastor Bowers, the Reverend Dr. Diane Bowers, to provide an update on the work of the Sierra Pacific Synod's reparations team. Pastor Bowers.
Thanks, Bishop Jeff. Well, good morning. Yeah. I am Diane Bowers, and I'm serving Holy Cross Lutheran Church in Livermore. On behalf of my colleagues and fellow members of the Reparations Working Group, and they are Michael Borg, Desta Gaynor, and the Reverend Charbel Jaib, I am pleased to bring you the following update about the progress that we're making towards providing reparations to rostered leaders of African descent and of color in the Sierra Pacific Synod. So, a little history. In June of 2021, a group of pastors and lay people formed a reparations committee and began researching and crafting a resolution to establish a reparations fund. And it was over a year's worth of work, and I know some of you who were on the original reparations committee are in the house, so whoop, I see one of you here, yes. So the resolution went to Synod Assembly in June of 2022, and I will tell you that we really did not know how it would be received. we just didn't know. But, and now this is a personal observation on my part, it did seem to me that after what was a tumultuous assembly, and if you were there, you remember, it seemed to me that the gathered faithful were relieved and glad to do something radically positive. And the reparations resolution passed easily. It really was a sea of green. So thanks be to God. The resolution created the establishment of a reparations fund to benefit rostered leaders of color in the Sierra Pacific Synod. It established the financial foundation of that fund by directing that 10% of otherwise undesignated proceeds to the Synod from property sales be set aside for the fund. The resolution directed the Synod Council or its designees to draft the operational rules and guidelines for the fund, and then finally to establish a governing board to oversee the disbursement of the funds. And I just want to point out one thing about it. One aspect of the reparations resolution that sets it apart from some other efforts towards reparations in the church and in the country is that although it is indeed meant for the Sierra Pacific Synod's rostered leaders of African descent, it is also for all of our rostered leaders of color, and that includes past and present. The Synod Council then established the Reparations Working Group in June of 2023, and since then I and my colleagues who are unfortunately not able to be here today, but you met them, you saw their photos, we have been working to draft the aforementioned rules and guidelines. We are functioning as the Synod Council's designees on their behalf. So as you can imagine, This is no simple task. It's complicated. Complicated issues include the nature of reparations itself. It's, of course, a giving of funds, but what about repairing relationships? There are the specific financial structure of the fund. That's a complicated question. There are others. As always, this kind of work requires internal work. It requires a lot of listening and consultation along the way. So I do want to make something clear. It is important that you know that at no point is the reparations working group, and that's what I'm part of right now. We're the middle. There was the resolution and now the working group, and then there will be a governing board. At no point are we operating on our own. First, our work is dictated and constrained by the resolution itself. Second, those of us serving on the working group were appointed by the Synod Council for this work. Third, when our draft policy is complete, it will go back to the Synod Council for their review and suggestions, and the final version will be approved by them. And then fourth, similarly to the working group, the governing board of the fund will be appointed by the council, and the disbursements that they make will all be approved by the council. And then to complete the circle, the Synod Council's actions are also directed and constrained by the provisions of the original resolution. I am pleased to report that the step of the process that we are in right now, which is completing a draft of rules and guidelines, is nearly complete. I wish I could tell you something more specific. I'm sure you're curious. The fact is that it's just not wise to say, here's where we are, when we haven't had things approved yet. We really need the Synod Council to look at it and give feedback and have something more official before we can say specifically, here's what those rules and guidelines will be. But we are almost there. The wheels of the church move slowly, yes they do, deliberately, and with all prudence, and that is true. However, we on the Reparations Working Group are energized for the task because we believe so deeply in the justice, the long, long, long awaited justice that it represents, and because we believe that there will indeed be tangible results. Not just talk, but actual results, and they are coming soon. Thank you.
Student-run food pantry, seeking to serve hundreds of food insecure families each month.
Because we are a nonprofit organization, our friends and community help us keep the doors open. Donations, both food and monetary, are very helpful. Donations between $5 and $20.
The pantry is located directly across the Fresno State campus on Shaw Avenue between Maple and Barton.
The pantry relies 100% on our donors and volunteers to help keep our doors open. Most of our volunteers are students at Fresno State, but anybody can help.
In addition to feeding the hungry, the pantry has the unique opportunity to serve as a place for students to have hands-on experience with community engagement and to develop leadership skills.
Some of the things as a volunteer we do at Bold Pantry is engage with the social media. Volunteers are able to create content for the Instagram. We can also help with setup distribution, so we help set up food, unloading the truck. And we're also helping clients just throughout the distribution with packing food and folding clothes as well to make sure that all the clients get everything that they need.
Just a word of thank you to the Reverend Dr. Diane Bowers for your presentation on the reparations team again. Thank you very much. It's now time for the report from SPISIC, the Sierra Pacific Synod Youth Committee. Welcome to the stage.
Hi everybody, my name is Maggie and this is Abby, and we are part of the executive committee on SPISIC. We are two out of the three. SPISIC, also known as the Sierra Pacific Synod Youth Committee. We are a group of youth representatives from all over the Synod and serve the Synod and its youth. We work to create a place where young people can explore their faith with other youth who share experiences of growing up in 2024 as active members of the church. Each SPISIC representative is voted onto the committee by our peers. Every year we attend Synod Assembly as fully voting members, as well as hosting 3 retreats. One retreat is for us as members to bond and explore our faith, and the other 2 to host the children and youth of this synod. During those retreats, we participate in training and planning to make us the best rising leaders we can be for this synod. This past November, we hosted our elementary school and middle school retreat. In March, our high school retreat. At the high school retreat, we were honored to host David Scherer and Joe Davis. As professional storytellers, they helped us discover how to be more inclusive and open in our faith journey. At both of our retreats, the theme was Stories Around the Campfire, where we learned how to tell our own stories of faith. If you had told me when I first joined SPISIC that it would affect me this greatly, I wouldn't have believed you. I know it's easy to write off camp as just some days to disconnect from technology, but it really helped me connect with my faith, especially in the wake of the death of one of my moms and some very hard personal growth I had to go through. This group has changed me for the better in every way.
Our elementary and middle school retreat was also amazing. Getting to see kids learn to tell their story and learn that their story matters was so special. They got to experience God within the nature at Mount Cross and grow as youth in the church. These retreats were possible because of the very generous grant from Pop Zion Endowment Fund and the budget the Synod gives us. 2 youth and 1 adult on SPISIC also participated in the ELCA Youth Leadership Summit at ELCA Churchwide in Chicago, where they continued to grow in their faith leadership skills. We also participated in the 2023 Synod Assembly, listening to many bishop candidates and casting our votes. We also met Bishop Jeff during our October planning retreat to share our vision as young people on how youth ministry should be handled in the Sierra Pacific Synod. We are very grateful for the support we receive from the Synod, including our youth representative, Michaela, a SPISIC graduate who sits on the Synod Council, making important decisions on how the youth ministry is regarded in the Synod. We encourage everyone here, both in person and online, to support their youth. We also want to encourage any youth in the Synod to consider joining SPISIC. This group of people is amazing. We were able to support each other in our faith journey together. We look forward to another great year.
Before we finish, we have 2 SPISIC members whose birthdays are this weekend and have decided to spend their birthdays with us at this assembly. If they could step forward, we're going to wish Bella and Edward a very happy birthday by singing them a song. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ella and Edward. Happy birthday to you. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I'm wearing the t-shirt from the ELCA Youth Gathering that will be happening in July, when we'll be going together to the very comfortable New Orleans in July. Fresno is preparation for someone from Berkeley for that. So now we'll watch a short video before we proceed to a moment of spiritual practice. Congratulations to Faith Lutheran Church in Los Gatos, who are celebrating 75 years of ministry. As we conclude this business plenary session and depart for lunch, please join me in welcoming the Reverend Rebecca Blair, an Episcopal priest who serves St. Anne's Episcopal Church and Zion Lutheran Church in Stockton. She will lead us in a moment of spiritual practice. We are grateful for her leadership as we continue our full communion partnership with the Episcopal Church.
Hello, it is my pleasure to serve these two churches. Oh, can you hear? Okay, closer. It is my pleasure, and it's a new experience for me to be serving across denominational lines. And I find myself explaining often that Episcopalians say the same thing over and over again, and we like it. So repetitive prayer is an ancient Christian practice. There's the Jesus prayer, which is especially adopted by the Orthodox tradition. There's the Rosary in the Roman Catholic tradition. And there is, what I'm going to lead us in is a invitational moment that comes from the monastic tradition. So that in the morning, in certain communities, when they're waking up, someone knocks on the door and says, "This is the day that the Lord has made." And the person on the other side of the door says, "Let us rejoice and be glad in it." And what I've learned is all Lutherans are better at singing than all Episcopalians. So I am not going to lead you in song, and I am sure that when a monastic is just waking up, they're not singing either. So what we're going to do is we're going to stand up, and because we're learning about repetitive practices, we're going to do this 3 times. 3 being a good number. We could do 7, but that would get in the way of lunch. So this side is going to say, "This is the day that the Lord has made." And this side is going to say, "Let us rejoice and be glad in it." Okay, 1, 2, 3.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Rebecca. Does this make us all Episcopalians? Thank you very much. Before we leave for lunch, I want to call upon Assembly Chair, the Reverend Dr. Charlene Lines, for a couple of announcements.
Hello. Thank you very much. Go ahead and have a seat. Lunch is not quite ready, so I have just a few short but heartfelt thank yous to lift up. There was a lot of great thank yous that happened yesterday. Here's a few more. Thank you to WELCA for providing our hospitality, specifically the local area WELCA groups. Thank you to San Francisco Night Ministry for sponsoring all of our name tags and stuffing them with Brandon. Some of you may have read my pleas that went out earlier for support in scholarships. I would like to say thank you to Conference 4 and St. Paul's in Oakland, their endowment fund. They've offered grants to us to help support our scholarships for Synod Assembly, so thank you to those 2 groups. SunSource Solar has sponsored our keynote speaker, so I'm grateful for that. And several congregations paid for extra people to come to Assembly this year to help out, so that the Synod as a whole did not have to pay for a lot of extra tickets for Assembly. So grateful for all those, I don't know who all they are, to be honest. I don't have a whole list. But several congregations stepped up for that, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I think we're under budget Just a reminder that Pastor Rebecca will be in the boardroom / sensory-free room, which is the room across from the entrance to the restaurant, if you go out that way. She'll be there at noon if you'd like to meet with her and talk about being one of our storytellers today. I encourage you to be brave. It's going to be great this evening. And then lunch will be ready at noon, but please make sure when you leave this room, if you could leave through the far door down by the water station, that way there, thank you, or this door here, rather than going through those doors, so you don't run into the buffet. So, far doors, exit, please. Thank you. Lunch will be from noon to 1:15. We start again promptly at 1:15 here in the ballroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more thank you before you leave. So each year we have introduced him already, but each year we invite a parliamentarian, and this year's parliamentarian has been really helpful in helping us kind of wind our way through some important decisions, and we just want to thank David Mazzara for his work with us. All right, the business session is now in recess until 2 o'clock. You're invited to come back here at 1:15 for a keynote, the third keynote address. When lunch is ready, please enjoy it, and we'll see you back.
What you gonna do?
Welcome back, everybody, to this afternoon. I hope you have enjoyed lunch and time for a conversation around your tables. This might be a good opportunity for us to give thanks for the hard work that happens behind the scenes so that we can be in this hotel and so that we can eat meals in this place, so that we can have breakout rooms across the street at the convention center. I just want to draw our attention to Convention Center Union Local 158. We're grateful for them, and to the hotel and catering staff, particularly the banquet managers, Barry Roberson and Art Angeles, the director of events, Amy Glover, and the events manager, Oscar Lopez. Many of them are present with us, servers, and please offer affirmation and thanks. Thank you very, very much. Your hard work makes all of this possible. Thank you. Receive our affirmation. All right, we move on sorry, my tabs are out of order. It's a pleasure to welcome back the Reverend Anderson for this afternoon's keynote. Immediately following our keynote, we will move into our fourth business session. So please join me in welcoming back Pastor Anderson.
Hello again. This sleepy after lunch section. Thank you for being here. Let's hear some of your stories. I confess there were a couple I couldn't make out even with my readers. So if you don't hear your story, it's not because I edited you, it's because of my eyesight. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I drove with a concussion and drove straight into a tree. I'm a nurse. I know better. We still like you. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I almost walked away from the church I pastor, feeling broken and torn down. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I held my stillborn baby and then let go. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I got drunk and passed out. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I put the lasagna back in its pan after it was dropped on the kitchen floor. and took it to a college student retreat anyway because I had no time to bake something else. We still like you, maybe even slightly more. I almost never tell anyone about the times when I feel afraid that depression will overwhelm me so I cannot function. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I tried to take my own life. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I was a mean girl in middle school to appear cool. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I was wrestling my sister. I pinned her and we laughed so hard, I peed on her. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I almost flunked out. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I sat at a round table at a pastor's conference and people talked to each other but ignored the person sitting in between me, I think is what it says. Apologies, I wanted to read it. I almost never tell anyone about the time when I was allowed back on my college gymnastics team by my coach. Those are just some of your stories. This afternoon, in our last little bit of time together, I want to talk about framing the story, and I want to talk about it in terms of a couple of things. One is how we care for each other and ourselves by the ways that we tell our stories. Some years ago now, I was introduced to the thinking of a psychologist named Dan McAdams. He's a Northwestern guy, and he does narrative psychology. And he introduced me to this idea that some folks have a tendency to tell their stories in what he calls, and he's not a religious guy, a redemption arc. A story that starts with, we were in it real bad, and then here's what happened, and here's where we are now. Some folks either have a tendency to tell a story that is that shape, or maybe, I don't know, maybe their core story has that shape. Spoiler, I would argue that our core story has that shape. Some folks, I have been one of them, maybe you have been, I have heard stories that are the other kind of story that Dan McAdams identifies. Some folks tend to tell their core story or their stories in what he calls a contamination narrative. Things were good and then got bad. And I confess to you that one of the reasons this sparked my attention is the kind of pastoral conversation that I had over and over again, sometimes with the same person about the same story, sometimes just the shape of the conversation was the same, where the story always starts good and gets bad. And it's possible, and I have done so, to rehearse your story until it sort of changes how you experience your own life and the world. I'm not a psychologist. You should read Dan McAdams, you should read more of him than I have, but it raised a question for me, which is how can we authentically help each other and ourselves, based in our faith, not the practice of psychology, although they have their own work, how can we authentically help ourselves and each other to tell redemption stories? Not a Pollyanna. Hopefully you've gotten from me at this point that I'm not only interested in, happy ending stories, but how can we tell stories that authentically claim hope, even when we're in the thick of things? One of the ways that this plays out in our Christian life, in our shared sacred text, is thinking about, this is one of the few places I get to use one of my favorite words. It's extremely nerdy. Some of you will hearken to it, I think. The word is pericope. It's an extremely nerdy word. It is from the Greek, of course, extremely nerdy, and it means basically a little cut. What little cut of scripture are you going to hear about, teach about, engage with this week? What pericope are you going to use? And I think about this in a couple of ways relating to storytelling. For one thing, I think that these kinds of first-person stories where you choose to tell just a few moments from your life, they can tell a lot about a person. For good or ill, you know a lot about me now from telling some specific moments from my life, but you don't know much about my biography necessarily. So when we preach, when we engage with Scripture, I wouldn't make the claim that on a given Sunday, to get the gospel, you've got to hear all the text from the 4 Gospels and maybe throw in some extra, alternative apocrypha. Let's get Thomas in the mix. No, you think that by telling one story, one pericope, one little cut about Jesus' specific encounter with a specific person, we learn about Jesus and ourselves and the nature of God, the nature of salvation. So I'm claiming that a little cut of a story can reveal a lot about ourselves, about God, about the nature of the world, reality, what is good, what brings harm. The other way I think it intersects with storytelling, this idea of pericope, this nerd alert idea that I get to say with you, is that it matters where you begin and choose to end the story. There's a very preacherly concern with, well, you can't preach the first half of that pericope without the second half. You're missing the point, or you can't do just the second half without, Paul starts the passage with therefore. You have to include the previous chapter. There are choices that we get to make. My genuine question to you that I don't think I have an answer to yet is, how do we move as people, as communities of care? How do we move ourselves or a friend, a loved one, authentically from telling a contamination story, which is a true story? That's how the person experienced it. It's real. How do we move from telling a contamination story to telling a redemption story that also feels true and authentic and helpful and meaningful? Spoiler, I do not answer that question by the time we break at 2 o'clock today. It's something I'm working on and has been enlivening to me for the past few years. Perhaps unsurprisingly, I have a story for you. Gilead, last Easter, we had about 85 people, a huge crowd, crammed into the back of a creative, new-to-us space, the back of a virtual reality bar. We have never met anywhere that makes sense. We were holding what we believe was the world's first Easter burlesque service, complete with prayers and pop songs and queer body-positive burlesque, Holy Communion, and stories, including part of what I'm going to tell you now. Highlights included, but were not limited to, the opening act setting her tassels on fire and then putting the fire out with her hands. We had another performer who was Ave Maria. She came in singing live Ave Maria, dressed in a full veil. Highlights include my co-pastor, Vince Amlin, stripping off almost all of his clothes during the sermon. The first line of his sermon was, "Easter has always been a striptease." And if you were there, you would have believed him. And that was all great. That's all great. But my favorite was when this whole crowd, at least half of whom were strangers to us, turned toward the table at the center of the room, and when the congregational president, who was presiding over communion, said, "God be with you," all of those people said, "And also with you." That was some Easter. When we asked for volunteers to serve at the communion table, the burlesque dancer, the fire tassels one, said she would like to serve the cup. Also, twice last year, we had 13 people in service. And that includes 3 or 4 pastors, our music director, our drummer, the sound guy, and sometimes the bartender, because when the bartender takes communion, you count him. Add in people on Zoom, you get up to 17, 18 some weeks, an absolute slog. The November before that Easter burlesque service, we had 25 promising young UCC clergy join us at a service which was interrupted not once, but multiple times by a drunk man wielding a shillelagh. I had to look it up. It's an ancient Celtic weapon. One of the pastors who was visiting said multiple times, "I can't believe I brought my baby to this church." And hoping that I didn't sound too defensive, I said, "Well, it's often chaotic, but it's usually not physically dangerous." So that's how it's going. This is how it started. You can see 6 flags from the parking lot, I texted my co-pastor. I was in Gurnee, a northern suburb of Chicago, January 2016. And I was there to meet with a couple of people who had the power to make or break our new church. They held the purse strings and whatever kind of strings are held to make you legal with the IRS. We were meeting for their convenience in this place they had to be that day anyway, Gurnee, a church that had not made it, was closed down, unheated, except for the foyer, which is where we gathered around a plastic folding table. I sat on one side, a couple of women sat on the other, and they had already heard the idea, a new church on Chicago's far north side. We're going to be church for and with people who've been told and made to feel church isn't for them. We're going to make beautiful, creative worship together. We'll grow and share good food. That failed. We were terrible gardeners. We'll tell true stories that save lives. And I had told these women, and they knew how that phrase cut through the noise when we met people in bars or at storytelling events or at the gym, how people, when we said that thing about true stories save lives, their eyes would fill up with tears. They'd heard it all, and they weren't impressed. Too tidy, they said. Nobody would know how to pronounce the word Gilead, which is why we still pronounce it Gilead behind the scenes. They also wanted to know, was the LGBTQ thing non-negotiable? What they needed to hear, they said, was passion. We didn't seem passionate. So that Thursday afternoon in Gurnee, in that closed-down little church, I let it rip. My feet on the rungs of my folding chair, I sat up straight and leaned forward and let my face go all sort of naked and transparent the way I can, unfiltered, eyes bright. You want passion? I'll give you passion. This past Sunday, I quit my job because I was ready to go. At dinner the night before, a person who wasn't even religious had offered to build our website for free. A real professional developer had said she would do this because she believed in our vision. We had started to fundraise, and we needed their approval so we could open a bank account. We wanted to raise money for this denomination, and one of the women sitting across from me said, "I'm gonna stop you right there because I'm a straightforward person, and I'm gonna tell you, you don't sound passionate, you sound desperate." And I got still, and my eyes filled up with tears, for which I apologized. And then they asked if they could pray with me. And we went into the freezing cold sanctuary, and I held hands with them, which I regret. And then I walked out into the parking lot, which was still getting plowed by somebody, and you could see the dang roller coasters above the snowbanks. And I thought, if I don't turn around, they won't see how hard I'm crying. And I got into the car, and I called Vince, my co-pastor, and I was sobbing, and he said, we're done with that. And later my boss said, do you want your job back? And I didn't. When we first started to dream about this new church, thanks in part to one of those same women sitting at the folding table with me, I went to a training with a bunch of other hopeful new church pastors. And the quirky older guy leading it was like, do you like roller coasters? Because that's what you're signing up for. And I guess I didn't believe him. Or I thought it would be bad in a different way. The day after I was in Gurnee for the meeting, early the next morning, while it was still dark, I was out running some errand. I was at the grocery store in my neighborhood, and the sun wasn't up, but the sky had started to turn pink. Classic sunrise bullshit, you know, pinks and orange and gold, washing up and over this parking lot. And I took a picture, and I shared it to my little Facebook account. And I said, it's a new day in Chicago. And ever since then, the whole ride has been nothing but wild ups and downs. Here's some more of your stories. I knew I'd found my people when I walked into my first Lutheran campus ministry little church service. I knew I'd found my people when they invited to their home for food. I knew I'd found my people when I was told to sit down. I knew I'd found my people when I learned to talk to animals. Curious. I knew I'd found my people when I felt the love and acceptance, a judgment-free zone. I knew I'd found my people when I met my future in-laws and got a warm welcome, and I found Redeemer Lutheran Church in RWC. I knew I'd found my people when I was hugged and loved as me. I knew I'd found my people when I saw the gingerbread houses. I knew I'd found my people when I recognized them from the past, when I walked into church and felt like I had come home. I knew I'd found my people when we could faithfully question what God means. I knew I had found my people when I got a sympathy card from most of our church congregation when my father passed away. Such a caring group that was thoughtful in a difficult time. I knew I'd found my people when they said, "Do you know a good brewery?" When they liked playing board games and roasting each other. When they showed up for me when no one else would, after I pushed them away time and time again. I knew I found my people when the people at my table were welcoming and shared their company and snacks. When laughter and sarcasm, sort of an aside, the way they wrote it, laughter and sarcasm was the main focal point of connection. I knew I'd found my people when I didn't have to ever talk to explain myself or excuse myself for my uniqueness. I knew I'd found my people when I stopped drinking, went to AA meetings, and got sober. I knew I'd found my people when my swim group went to coffee together after workout one day. Now we go several times a week and are great friends. I knew I'd found my people when my tennis friends celebrated my retirement with a party on the tennis courts. I knew I'd found my people when they gave me a hug and a kiss. I knew I'd found my people when I did my family tree. I knew I'd found my people when my single year in Las Vegas alone and homesick, I went to the local Lutheran church. I saw, quote, my mom, quote, my aunt, quote, my grandma, though I'd never met them. Those are some of your stories. One of the other ways that you get to shape your story, and I do wonder if this has to do with that question of how to tell a story that is authentically a redemption story. One of the things you get to do is think about the structure and the order of how you tell your story. There are many stories where it makes sense to tell them exactly in the order they happened, and there are other stories where you might want to play with that and give the listeners a reason to pay attention. I invite you to listen to the stories that get told tonight. Think, oh, I wonder why they put that in at that point in the story. Especially when folks are just listening, don't have the words in front of them. Storytellers are directing our attention by what they include and when. A sort of party trick that I was taught is that you want your listeners to find out information at the same time that you get it in the story. You want them to experience, for example, surprise when you experience surprise. It's a good reason not to begin a story by saying, this is a story about, or I'm going to tell you about. But instead, bringing people close to your experience and letting them be surprised, saddened, delighted at the same moment that you were. It also is a way, one of the hardest things in storytelling is coming up with the last line that connects back to what you think this thing has been about. And an example I want to give, before, I'm going to take a little bit of time for questions. We're a big group, but often we'll have time for just a few questions, but then we'll have good conversation out of that. So be thinking about that. An example of a last line that totally changed the meaning of a story. I was working some years ago with an MDiv student, a white woman who had studied as an anthropology student in several indigenous Native American communities. Part of her story was that when she went there, she had to overcome basically her own racism, an assumption that all of the shamans she was going to meet, that she was there to work with religious folks, that they were going to have this kind of special, unique, otherworldly kind of wisdom. And she found out, like, they're guys who eat at IHOP. You know, they're clergy. So she's like, all right. And a lot of her story was about watching her own responses and being like, oh, man, like sort of recognizing her own racism, seeing it in others on the trip, and trying to come to some kind of more nuanced understanding, just that people, to not be racist about the people she was working with. And one of the guys that she worked with in particular was kind of a bigot himself. I mean, he made jokes that she found offensive, and she was like, man, this is not what I thought at all. And when she went back to her undergraduate institution, she was going to keep working with these shamans and told her advisor about this. And the advisor said, oh, also a white woman, just make sure you're really respectful. They're very, you just want to be very careful. And she was like, I wanted to tell her about like the IHOP thing and the offensive jokes. And her first draft of the last line, I just remember the shaman's name was Alfred. She said, mostly what I wanted to tell her, this was draft one, mostly what I wanted to tell her was that Alfred was kind of an asshole. And I think he probably was. But I didn't think that was the last line of her story. The one she ended up with had more to do with the fact that she was kind of the a-hole. And I was like, that's the end of your story. That's what we're looking at right there. So figuring out what is the whole story about, because her story was not about Alfred being a jerk. Her story was about what she had come in with, her own expectations that didn't leave room for other people to be themselves and to be people and to be fully who they are. So that's a little, it's not really about structure, but it is about the way that you can frame how you tell your story that may impact at least what it's for your listeners, but I think ultimately it does change the meaning for yourself. And I think there's something in there about moving from that contamination style story to redemption. I wonder if folks have a couple of questions. We'll take probably not quite 10 minutes for this part of the conversation, but what are you wondering after all this storytelling info dump? Yes, and I'll repeat people's questions on the mic. So thank you. What's your name? Donna, saying that when you tell a story, there's a temptation, and you can flag me down if I get it wrong, there's a temptation to think it's done, but it's still ongoing. And so that you may still be, you need to leave room, is this right? You need to leave room that the thing isn't done yet. And I think that's right, and I recently heard a friend talk about telling stories. One of her, it's not quite a litmus test, but am I ready to tell this story? One of the things she sort of checks in with herself about is, can I imagine the point of view of someone else in this story? Can I imagine being the women sitting across from me at that folding table and being like, honey, you gotta put a lid on it? And now, some years later, I can. I don't think they were right, but I can at least imagine it. And so I think there's something about, because telling a story certainly sort of sets it in me to tell a story again and again. This is how it happened. But I think too, this idea of thinking of the point of view of other characters in the story is one of the ways that recently I've been trying to leave room for, like, this thing isn't over and might be a story about something else later on. Yes. Question about prompts.
And you use them. My question is about using the prompts, and particularly in the congregation as for the beginning of the service. So you have the beginning of the sentence, and then they're to finish it, or we finish it. Is that where it stops, or I imagine people could add another sentence to kind of explain the end of that sentence. So, like, how long should these be for functional use?
There's one that I haven't read yet that I was going to, our final batch of prompts from this gathering. And I was going to say it's why you give people only a narrow slip, because some people, and it's a great story, I'm going to read all of it, someone has filled the front and back of the slip of paper. So the slip of paper is sort of meant to limit the response, but it is like anything else in congregational life where sort of how we do it, for good or ill, emerges. Mostly we have people put down 1 or 2 sentences. Sometimes there's a much longer response, and it's like anything else, praying prayers of the people, where normally we share kind of short requests, but so-and-so, she kind of goes long, but whatever, that's what happens. So you sort of develop a culture around it, I think. But that's why the size of the paper matters, because that physically limits what people can write. And the half sentence, we're trying to get I'm trying to get to the word when as soon as I can. What's the fewest amount of words I can give somebody before I ask them to start writing? Yeah.
So if you use the prompts, and okay, now they turn them in, are you compelled to read them all? And how do people feel if you don't read theirs?
That's awesome, Chrislyn. So I do read them all at Gilead. Gilead is a no trigger warnings kind of place, and we say that explicitly and regularly. We try to say, these are personal stories, and personal is intimate. You may be struck by any number of things. I think like a lot of churches across certain axes, we have a lot of homogeneity. So it's rare to have something that's like a huge outlier to our culture. But also it's a really kind of no holds barred and no trigger warnings kind of congregation. And we don't do trigger warnings for the same reasons that I read all of the prompts, which is that our claim is that your story is not too much. It might be too much for me personally. During a storyteller, I might need to leave the room for any, but that collectively we can hold it. And a reason we don't do trigger warnings is I cannot be in a position of adjudicating, we really ought to give people a trigger warning for your story. Too much. And also, we're working with storytellers all the time, building that culture of how to tell difficult stories and what kind of language makes it possible for a person to hear a hard story. But that, for me, fits into that. That's part of the response to that question. I do read them all. Unless there was hate speech in one of them. I wouldn't read that. Other things, other questions, thoughts? Yeah.
Sorry to be a mic hog here, but this kind of goes to my other comment about the end of the story. Do you, what can you comment about stories that change over time? Yeah, somebody said, don't they all? And so I think that's important when you talk about stories, that what you say about it today might be different than what you say about it 2 years from now. Again, because it wasn't over, nothing's ever really, life continues to happen, and you're not beholden to the self who had that experience. Your story about it might change over time, and I just wondered if that ever factors into it.
Yeah, I wonder what that suggests to you, because there's a way where if the bar for telling a story was you've got to be completely done with the thing, you couldn't really ever tell a story. I think for me, it's part of why I also adhere to the idea of preaching from scars, not wounds. But I also think we don't really know, and stuff gets reopened, and I don't think it's quite as hard a line as we make it out to be. So for me, how I tell the story today is part of the process of how I'll tell it down the road. But I think, my assumption is also that people's stories are changing, and that we're telling. I think part of the question, what's it about, is what's it about right now? What's it about as far as, as much growth as I have, or information or grace or, but my assumption is that stories do change.
So this isn't really a question, but I'd like to respond to that. Because for me, a Bible story changes all the time. Whatever my context is in reading it, it can be different. And so I think that can be true of your story too.
That's my experience too. And that sometimes that meaning shifts, and sometimes I'm looking for a new meaning. How can I sort of actively change this? Other questions in the room, even practically, like doing prompts, storytelling at church? Striking. Oh, one, good.
I was a hospice chaplain for 13 and a half years, and now I'm in a parish, but I do a lot of grief groups, and I tell the people all the time that they can tell their death story as many times as they want to, and we will listen as if it's the first time. And what I've noticed over time is that the story changes, that at one time they might tell it very expansively, another time tighter, or one detail is going to get more particular focus. And I think that what is happening is as they incorporate the details of that story, of the death story, it becomes real for them. And you can only do so much at a time. So they're doing a little bit now, and then a week later or 2 weeks, they do it differently. But it's real fascinating to watch how the focus shifts.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, thank you. Other thoughts, questions in the room? I'm gonna read this last batch of stories. I thought it was all over when I was lane splitting on the red Honda on I-80 during rush hour. I sideswiped a bus and dropped the bike and landed on the asphalt. I thought it was all over when COVID-19 took over, all places closed, and we wear masks all the time. The church so empty, week after week, month, year. I was the only one to sit and pray for 2 years at the sanctuary. I thought it was all over when the doctors punctured my bladder and I came home with a catheter for 1 month. I thought it was all over when I turned 50. I thought, affectionate laughter from around the room. I thought I was now too old and had to let go of my dream of adopting a child. I thought it was all over when I received my cancer diagnosis. I thought it was all over when my beautiful daughter, asked to be a stand-in for Meryl Streep, declined, broke her engagement to the leading gynecologist in Redlands. I thought I would never have a grandchild since she was already in her redacted. I was already retired and took a position teaching a small early literacy Christian school, so I got substitute grands that way. Daughter came to visit at Christmas time, met the man who is now her husband, and I have 2 grands, 18-year-old honor student violinist headed to redacted, and redacted 13, a charmer who happens to have an extra 21st chromosome in every one of his cells. That was the front and back. I thought it was all over when I flunked architectural history. I thought it was all over when my husband of 51 died, but I'm stronger and thriving, personally and spiritually. I thought it was all over when I was released from my 10th interview process. I thought it was all over when my husband said, I don't want to do this for the next 25 years. I thought it was all over when, this is February 1990, I heard the radio on the way to Fort Benning announce, the Iroquois have surrendered. I thought it was all over when I killed my science project. I thought it was all over when the car pulled out in front of us, too late for me to stop. I thought it was all over when I woke up in the hospital having had a stroke and realized that I had lost all of my language. I thought it was all over when I stepped over the line in a packed bowling alley in Vegas, on Thanksgiving no less, flew up in the air, landed flat on my back, knocked myself out. I thought it was all over when the tornado warning flashed on my phone, exclamation point. I thought it was all over when I was drowning in Lake Okoboji. I thought it was all over when she rejected my response to my thoughts about abortion. She had been an admirer when I was her counselor. I thought it was all over when I sat down in the now half-empty two-person apartment. I thought it was all over when I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I thought it was all over when it was early in my second pregnancy and I had terrible cramping, then a bloody time in the bathroom. We'd just told our parents I was pregnant. I saw my OBGYN the next day and there was a heartbeat. I had miscarried his twin. I thought it was all over when they excluded me and then made a decision about my livelihood without my input. I thought it was all over when I lost faith that it was possible. I thought it was all over when I rolled my Mustang on Highway 99 and car slid into field upside down with me held in place with a seatbelt. I watched my windshield cave in. I was unhurt. I thought it was all over when I heard and felt the boom from a nearby lightning strike. I thought it was all over when he spit on me. Instead, I fought my way through anger and embarrassment to see his sense of shame and surprise at his own actions. We made it through the anger and shame and are still together 37 years later. I thought it was over when I was drafted. I thought it was all over when I farted. It was the first blind date, and I was nervous. My stomach churned, and as I approached him at the table, my heart jumped at how attractive he was. As he stood up to greet me, the stomach churn needed release. Did you write this to make me say this? I am so proud to be able to read this. Okay, as he stood up to greet me, the stomach churn needed release, and a rumbly fart made its way out. Not a quiet poof fart. Not a silent but deadly fart that would allow me to blame someone else, turn the page over. No, a series of wafted from behind my carefully chosen red polka dot dress. His face registered shock and confusion as his hand hung out to shake mine. I shook his hand and said, "I'm glad that's out in the open." If there are updates, I'll let you know. I thought it was all over when the miles to empty gauge on the truck said 0. I thought it was all over when, maybe I'm in denial, however, I don't think I have felt it was ever all over. Y'all, thank you so much. What a pleasure to meet y'all.
Pastor Rebecca, thank you. We are incredibly grateful for your work, which continues with us. We have a gift for you because you've been a gift for us, and we'll get that to you. Thank you very, very much. It's now my great honor, privilege to welcome Conference Minister, the Reverend Dr. Davina Jones of the Northern California and Northern Nevada Conference of the United Church of Christ to bring greetings. As you know, our territory is large. Sometimes our geography can cover more territory than ecumenical partners' territory. But our partners in ministry in the United Church of Christ face the same challenges we face. This weekend, we are fortunate that our siblings in Christ of the Northern California and Northern Nevada Conference of the UCC, they've been holding their annual gathering here in Fresno alongside of us. And this afternoon, after a couple of days leading her own gathering, the Reverend Dr. Davina Jones is blessing us with her time and energy and presence. Reverend Jones is a native of San Francisco, where she still resides now with her family. She's a graduate of Pacific School of Religion, where she obtained a Doctor of Ministry from San Francisco Theological Seminary, and her dissertation project was Resources for Churches Around Intimate Partner Violence. As another person who drives long distances to visit congregations, I hear that she enjoys blasting gospel music while she drives, and maybe we can carpool sometime. Please join me in welcoming the Reverend Dr. Davina Jones.
Praise the Lord. Amen. Oh, it's so beautiful to look out to see so many faces. And yes, we have had a time here in Fresno.
Oh.
But I bring you greetings on behalf of the Northern California Nevada Conference. I am the 6th settled called conference minister, which is equivalent almost to your bishop. However, I am the first African American Black woman to hold the seat. So I'm excited about this invitation because our theme is that God is doing a new thing, and God is doing a new thing. And I am delighted because now we can figure out a way to do some ministry together and to partnership together and to be a support to one another in such a time as this. When there's so much division, destruction, there's a time when we have to come together in love. And so it is with that love, Bishop, that I hope that we can have some time to get to know each other and share. So thank you for inviting me to just say hello and welcome, and congratulations to doing a new thing here at this assembly. Amen.
Thank you very much. I now call us back to order for session 4 of our Synod Assembly, and I would like to invite the Reverend Trudy Franson to the microphone to lead us in prayer as we enter into voting on some elections that we have to do. Pastor Trudy, microphone 1.
God is here. Holy One, we offer ourselves to this afternoon, fully letting go of what came before and what is ahead, and just to be right here, right now with you, in your spirit, with each other, to listen, to discern. Whatever you see that we need, please give it to us now. And whatever you see we do not need, please take it from us in your grace. In the name of Jesus and by his Spirit of grace. Amen.
Amen. Chair Garcia, thank you very much. I welcome you back to the podium to provide instructions for the election of Synod Council at Large and young adult members. I would ask, because we're going to be voting, for visitors in the assembly, if you are seated in the area around the tables, to move to the visitors section so that as we distribute ballots, we know who to distribute ballots for. Chair Garcia.
Good afternoon. It's now time for us to elect our at-large member to the Sierra Pacific Synod Council. If you are a nominee for any of the elections this afternoon, please come to the front of the ballroom near the stage and connect with Pastor Amanda Trichinski. Nominees for the at-large position to the Sierra Pacific Synod Council are all voting members of congregations in the Synod. The elected individuals were nominated at conference assemblies this spring and here at the assembly. You will choose one person from this group of nominees.
Thank you. I would now like to invite our nominees to come and introduce themselves with names and congregations. After the introductions, we will vote using paper ballots.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. My name is Sandra Vargas and I represent Santa Maria Peregrina in Stockton. Good luck to everyone.
I'm Laura Martin. I'm a pastor on leave from call, living in Porterville, a member of Trinity Lutheran.
I'm Erica Hidley from Resurrection Lutheran in Dublin.
I am John Goldstein. I'm pastor of Grace Church of Evergreen in San Jose, and actively serving the church for over 48 years.
I'm Deacon Karen Eidler, Faith Lutheran, Meta Vista, California.
I've been instructed to wait a moment. Great. Okay. All right. Point of order, white card at microphone 1.
We had a name that has already been voted on?
Correct.
Do we find that?
We have discovered that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. So let's do this. We'll instruct you to cross out a name that will be on your ballot, and it's being removed, I think, from the slide on the screen. So if the tellers would distribute the ballots now, please do not do anything with your ballots. Do not circle any names. Do not write on the ballots. Just hold the ballots, and we'll talk you through this. Are there tellers distributing ballots? There are. They're in the back getting ballots. So a word about this vote. It will be a majority vote. You vote for one person on the list. We're going to take one name off the list. I'll instruct you. It's majority vote. If there's not a majority, then we'll do a runoff. Or if there's, we'll do a runoff election if there's not a majority vote. Reminder not to fold your ballot when you're finished. I did. Yeah. Reminder, do not vote yet. White card, John Valentine. Oh, I'm sorry, microphone 1.
John Valentine, Holy Shepherd, Orinda. By way of clarification, how many names, if there is no majority, how many candidates will be on the next ballot?
The top 2 candidates will be on the next ballot.
Thank you.
Yep. Can you raise your hands if you do not have a ballot? Oh, okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there were a lot yesterday.
Right before you say, please vote now, then will you offer one more reminder of crossing off no vote vaccine? Just say,
I haven't
you haven't
reminded
said
them
it
at all.
Okay, so
No.
right before you say, please vote now, instruct them to cross that name off.
All right.
Yeah, okay. So they'll cross it off first, and then.
Yep.
Sorry. Oh, I thought you were telling me. No. Yeah. They all need ballots. Yeah.
I see a couple of hands over here in the middle, in this section. Someone's walking around. All right. Anybody still? There's a hand. There's one hand over here. Great. Any other hands? No ballots. I'm not seeing any hands. All right. Great. So this is how we're going to proceed. I'm going to give you the name that you will strike from the ballot. So everyone's prepared to strike this name. Please draw a line through this name and do not vote for this person. They've already been voted for. Melva Mack. Please strike the name Melva Mack. All right. You will have 30 seconds to vote. You're going to vote for one name by circling it. I'm going to read the names, and then I'll invite you to circle. The Reverend John Goldstein, Erica Hidley, Deacon Karen Eidler, the Reverend Laura Martin, Maria Gudmundsdottir, Sandra Vargas. Please vote now. Voting is closed. Please do not fold your ballots. Collect them at your table and hold them up so that tellers can come around and pick up your ballots.
Right now. Sorry, would you be okay if I called up two young adults that are not coming up and they're here? Would it be okay if I invited them up personally on the mic?
They can have them come.
Yeah. Okay. Will nominees Patricia Wilder and nominee Fernanda Dene Moreno Rubio please come up to the front?
All right, as the ballots are being collected, Chair Garcia, will you now instruct us again?
We will now elect our young adult member to the Synod Council. Nominees will be invited up front to introduce themselves to the Assembly. After the nominees have introduced themselves, we will vote using paper ballots. The nominees for young adult positions of the Synod Council are all voting members of congregations in the Synod and are between the ages of 18 and 30. The elected individuals were nominated at conference assemblies this spring and here at the Assembly. You will choose one person from this group of nominees.
All right, you see two names in front of you. I don't think they're in the room. Okay. So we're going to ask for ballots to be distributed. Again, same instruction. Don't vote until I invite you to vote. The ballot will have 2 names on it, and you will vote for one of these names by circling the name. Please don't cross any name out. I see one hand in the back. I see some hands up here on the side. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands. Everyone appears to have a ballot. Okay, here we go. Thank you. I'm going to invite you in just a moment to circle one name on the ballot. You will be voting for either Patricia Welder or Fernanda Donna Moreno Rubio. You'll have 30 seconds to vote. Please vote now. All right, voting is closed. I'm going to invite the tellers to come and to collect the ballots. Thank you for being efficiently collecting the ballots around the table. At this moment, before I introduce Chair Garcia, would you please join me in thanking all the tellers who are helping to make this process happen. Thank you very, very much. Chair Garcia, oh, sorry, I have a ballot. Thank you. Chair Garcia.
We will now elect our 2025 Churchwide Assembly voting member who is a person of color or whose primary language is other than English.
Thank you. I'm going to invite the nominees forward to introduce themselves, and again, we will be using paper ballots. Just a reminder that these nominees are all voting members of congregations of the Synod and were nominated either at conference assemblies or here at the assembly. I invite our nominees now forward.
I am Pastor Eduardo, serving in El Buen Pastor Lutheran Church in Salinas.
My name is Friederike Wege, and I'm a pastor at Grace Lutheran Church in Palo Alto.
Bonjour, my name is Diana Moore, and I am from Calvary Lutheran Church in Rio Linda.
Thank you very much. I invite the tellers now to distribute the ballots. Again, don't vote. Just a point of information, there were 3 people who introduced themselves, but there are 4 names on your ballot. The Reverend Nelson Rabel Gonzalez is not here this afternoon, but he is on the ballot, and you can vote for any of the 4 names on the ballot. Don't vote yet. I still see a couple of hands in the middle. All right. Does everyone have a ballot? If you don't have a ballot, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, there are hands. All right, thank you very much. So when I instruct you, you will vote for one of the 4 names. Just a reminder that a majority vote is necessary, and if there is a runoff, it will be of the top 2 vote getters. So you're circling one of the following to serve as the at-large person of color or primary language other than English voting member to the 2025 Churchwide Assembly: the Reverend Friederike Wekel, the Reverend Eduardo Trejo, the Reverend Nelson Rebel Gonzalez, Deanna Moore. Please vote now. Voting is closed. If you would collect your ballots around the table, the tellers will pick them up. Don't fold them. As that's happening, I believe we have another election. Is that correct? All right. Chair Garcia.
We will now elect our 2 at-large youth or young adult voting members to the 2025 Churchwide Assembly. The nominees are all voting members of congregations in the Synod who are 31 years of age or younger. These individuals were nominated at conference assemblies this spring or here at the Assembly.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the nominees to introduce themselves with names and congregations.
Hi, I'm Catherine Slaybaugh. I'm from St. John's Lutheran Church in Sacramento.
Thank you. There are 2 other nominees. Would you like to read their names?
Sure. Sana Ahonen from Grace Palo Alto and Ryan Mack. I'm sorry, I don't have her church with me. New Creation, San Jose.
Thank you very much. The tellers, would you distribute this ballot? I hope you're wearing step counters.
Bishop Jeff, I think John Valentine's trying to get your attention.
You think what? Sorry. Thank you. So we're choosing 2 from the ballot. 3. Right.
If you only vote for 1, 2.
Right, we're voting for 2. Okay, great.
It says choose 2.
Yeah, we'll choose 2. I see a couple of hands in the very back. All right. I see no more hands. We'll proceed with the vote. You're voting for 2 people this time on this ballot. You're circling 2 names, 2 of the 3 names. Don't circle yet. The top 2 vote getters will prevail on this ballot. So you can circle 2 names. You can circle 1 name if you want, but you can circle 2 names as well. All right? So vote for 2 of the following to serve as the at-large youth or young adult voting member to the 2025 Churchwide Assembly: Catherine Slaybaugh, Sena Hahonen, Ryan Mack. Circle 2, vote now. Voting is closed. If you would collect your ballots in the tellers. Thank you very much. We have just a couple more votes. While we're at it, we're going to choose our nominee for election to the ELCA Church Council, Chair Garcia.
Similar to how we ask conferences to nominate 2 individuals to stand for positions which the Synod Assembly then elects, we will now nominate 1 individual to the ELCA Church Council to stand for election at the 2025 Churchwide Assembly. People who are eligible for this position are rostered ministers of the Sierra Pacific Synod who identify as male or non-binary. As of 11 a.m. this morning, we had 1 nominee, and he's right here.
Great, and I will ask you to introduce yourself with your name and your congregation. Thank you.
Christopher Rood, I'm the pastor of Christ the Good Shepherd Lutheran Church in San Jose.
Thank you very much. For this election, we will use cards. So I invite you to get out your red and green cards. All right. The motion before us is to nominate the Reverend Christopher Rood to serve on the ELCA Church Council. It's the motion that's on the screen. I think we're ready to vote. If you are in favor of this motion, I invite you to raise your green card now. Please put your cards down. If you are against this motion, please raise your red card now. Please put your cards down. The motion carries, and I declare the Reverend Christopher Rood nominated to stand for election to the ELCA Church Council at the 2025 Churchwide Assembly. I think we have another election. Am I correct?
Yes. We will now elect members to serve on both the Consultation Committee of the Synod and the Committee on Discipline. These persons have been nominated by Bishop Jeff and have agreed to serve terms of 6 years, ending in 2030.
Thank you very much. So unless there is objection, we will vote. We will have 2 slates. We will vote first for the nominees for Consultation Committee, and we'll vote for these names as a slate, unless I hear an objection. I'm hearing no objection, so I invite you to take out your red and green cards. Thank you. I'm sorry, I had the order wrong. The motion before us is to elect the following individuals to serve on the Consultation Committee: the Reverend Jason Benzie, the Reverend Jill Ross, the Reverend Jose Luis Latorre Cuadros, Ms. Cami Chen, and Ms. Stephanie Oana. If you are in favor of this motion to elect, I invite you now to raise your green card. Please put your cards down. If you are opposed to this motion to elect, please raise your red card now. Cards down. I declare the results of the vote are passed. Thank you very much. Great. Super helpful. We'll now vote on the nominees for the Committee on Discipline. Again, we'll use red and green cards for the following individuals as a slate: the Reverend Nate Winterhoff, the Reverend Susan Berkalow, the Reverend Thomas Bayou, Mr. Jim Dyke, Ms. Leanna Martinson, and Ms. Sia Kitali. If you are in favor of the motion to elect these members to the discipline, please vote with your green card now. Please put your cards down. If you're opposed to this motion, please use your red cards now. Please put your card down. The motion carries. Thank you to each of these persons who are willing to serve on the consultation and the discipline committees. And thank you, Chair Garcia, for your leadership in this election process. We still have a couple of wrap-up things that we will do tomorrow after we receive the results of the vote and after we draw names for the churchwide assembly, but it's been very smooth. Thank you to the assembly for tolerating a little tedium in this process. You have allowed this to happen very easily. I want now to call upon Jim Kowalski of St. Francis Lutheran Church in San Francisco, who, together with outgoing Synod Council member Christine Sinnott of St. Paul's Lutheran Church in Oakland, have responded to the invitation to lead a new giving development strategy team to develop a strategy for our synod moving forward, building on the good advice of our beloved Bishop Claire Burkett that we need to develop sustainable and consistent streams of income that supplement the mission support each of our congregations give to support our common work together. Please join me in welcoming Jim Kowalski.
Thank you, Bishop Jeff. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your financial gifts to the Sierra Pacific Synod. Thank you to the congregations and the individuals who have given. And thank you to those who have included our synod in your estate plans. I'm sorry if you have not been properly and regularly thanked, but thank you. Your gifts help us claim our hope. Thank you. So, Bishop Jeff convened our giving team just 2 months ago in April. We've had one team meeting so far, just one, and a few other additional conversations. Here's who we are. Bishop Jeff, he's got experience with congregational giving and special campaigns, as well as giving with nonprofit boards and ministries. I'm Jim Kowalski. For many years, I worked in university alumni relations and development, including as an individual major gifts officer and campaign staff. I also have a lot of volunteer experience with nonprofit campaigns and ministry giving programs and congregational giving. I love giving. I could talk about it all day and all night. And some of you have already approached me prior to today and have talked to me about it. Thank you. Christine Sinnott is a member of our Synod Council. She has decades of experience with nonprofit annual appeals and giving systems and data, as well as donor communications and large format giving events. Scott Taylor is our Synod treasurer. During Scott's CPA career, he worked with many nonprofit clients who had robust and mature giving programs. So the four of us combined have more than a century of experience related to giving, and we're excited to be volunteering together for the Sierra Pacific Synod. So for a development strategy, which was our task to create one, the four of us quickly realized that there is not much of an existing Synod giving program beyond the ongoing congregational support, and maybe there never really has been one here at our Synod. So our answer for you so far, 2 months into this today, is that we are going to have a giving program. We're going to create one. For now, that's our strategy, have a giving program. And I just want to note, personally and individually, I have been championing the word giving rather than other terms like development, fundraising, advancement, donations, pledges, contributions. And I think all of us here, and probably everyone viewing online as well, or at least almost all of us, we enjoy giving gifts. And we really enjoy receiving gifts. So as much as possible, we're going to use the universal phrase giving to describe this program. So we thought we knew what we were doing, but we wanted to make sure. So we did some informational interviews just to make sure we were headed in the right direction and it could validate what we were thinking. And so we talked to two leaders from other synods. The first was former Bishop Claire Burkett, who was the bishop at Southeastern Pennsylvania Synod in Philadelphia, as well as our recent interim bishop. And Bishop Claire met with Christine. And then I met with Pastor Dan Potasnik, who is at the Grand Canyon Synod as their Director of Generosity and Strategic Development. That's a relatively new position, and he's built a great giving program there. So those two interviews really reinforced what we already know, and that's that other synods have giving programs that work well, and they work well because they've dedicated the time and effort into building them. And the key to making these programs successful is that giving to the synod is a priority among all levels of leadership. So that's what we're going to do here. And we've identified 7 elements of what our giving program is going to include. The first is increased storytelling, thank you, Pastor Rebecca, about the Synod's successful ministries and programs, showing how vital these are and how worthy of support they are. Number 2, systematizing and increasing communications regarding gifts received by the Synod, including ongoing congregational support. Number 3, applying for external grants from major foundations and for ELCA grant support. Number 4, developing an ongoing communications and giving calendar that includes at least an annual appeal, if not several appeals, along with many thank you messages. Number 5, planning for and implementing a major gift campaign. Number 6, developing a program and process for the use and investment of the proceeds from the sale of assets, including real estate from former congregations. And number 7, developing a planned giving program to recognize and encourage estate gifts. Now, we don't know which one of these we're going to make the most progress on right away. We're going to try to get going on all of them, and we will certainly soon start working to organize ourselves around goals, timelines, actions, and more detail for each of them. This will be a lot of hard work, and it will take time. And let me just say that again. This giving program will be a lot of hard work, and it will take time. But I want to tell you what we're not going to do. We are not going to ask any individuals to decrease their support of their congregations, decrease their offerings, decrease their pledges, decrease their giving, and use that money to give to the Synod instead. So I just want to say, do not decrease your giving to your congregation to give to the Sierra Pacific Synod. Please don't do that. And in fact, I would just personally add, If you're able to increase your giving to your congregation, that would be wonderful. So some of the things we're going to keep in mind, we're going to pay more attention to this giving program, and we're all going to have to do that. So Synod leadership, our bishop, staff, the Synod Council, the deans, everyone, really, we should have giving as an agenda item as often as possible. So whenever there are other topics relating to communication, structure, finances, management, strategy, operations, staffing, new and ongoing ministries, etc., we want to build a culture of philanthropy so that thinking and talking about giving is pervasive here. So we're going to need some resources for this, and for now we know we'll need them in a couple of areas. We're probably going to need to recruit some additional volunteers in identified roles, which we still have to identify. For example, applying for foundation grants. And there will have to be staff and leadership time allotted to giving program efforts, and we'll have to figure that out. And then I want to have some encouragement for us. And this might seem like preaching to the choir, but every now and then the choir needs a good sermon so they can keep singing. And in this case, I might be the choir. So I need some encouragement. So I will say, someone who loves a particular ministry will be so happy to be asked to give to support it. They will be thrilled to give. And then my former boss 25 years ago used to say this to our team often: development is a process that works if you do it. And then you've probably heard this one before: we will have to build the plane while flying it, which is what many others have done, and it's very well within our abilities to do that. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is today. And of course, there's some things you can do to help us. I want to ask you really sincerely to please pray for our giving team and for this giving program. As you already heard me say, this will be a lot of hard work and it will take time. And we will need your enthusiasm, and we will be grateful for your prayers and for your support. And then I want to make sure we can be in touch with you. So if you haven't already signed up and received the email newsletter, I want you to please receive the Synod's email newsletter. I do want to say this giving program here really brings me hope. And I want to ask, can you find hope in it as well? Let's claim our hope together and be the Synod together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you very, very, very much. So I'm going to now move to our podcast studio, and I'm going to join the other members of the new bishop staff team for some quick interviews. So we only have 2 chairs at our podcast studio. Welcome to our interview kind of thing. So we have 2 interviews. We thought maybe it would be interesting to get to know people in a slightly different way. So we have 3 members of the team with us: the Reverend Dr. Charlene Lines, the Reverend Amy Kinsley, and the Reverend Brandon Peck. Welcome to our little podcast studio. Yeah. So here's the first question. Maybe talk about where you come from recently and something about you and where you live. Maybe something that no one in this room knows. There you go. I'll start with Brandon or Pastor Amy.
Okay. Most recently, I came from St. John's Lutheran Church, where I was the outreach pastor for 5 years. Oh. They're back there somewhere, yeah. And I live, sorry. Hi. And I live in Sacramento, in the Oak Park neighborhood. Yeah, it's a great neighborhood. We have a beautiful park down the block. We love to take our dog Moses there, and so we love where we live.
Hello, everyone. My most recent time before staff on the Synod was working as the administrative coordinator with Pacific Lutheran Theological Seminary, and was there for two years. And I'm currently living with my spouse in Oakland in the Montclair area. And for the last few months, we've been sharing our house with a Dalmatian puppy who is 6 months old and keeps us awake for many, many hours.
I live in the Northern California foothills in a little town called Colfax, east of Sacramento. I recently have been serving at Faith Lutheran in Meadow Vista. And not to make everybody else feel bad, but it may be the greatest congregation in our synod. Wow. And it was very sad to leave, but the time has come. Anyway, something you might not know about me, I have an unhealthy addiction to succulent plants.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right, so this morning in my report, I read a little bit from their letters of introduction that accompanied their resumes, but I'm wondering if you in your own words, those were your own words, because I quoted you, but in more of your own words, if you would share a little bit about why it is that you decided to give the bishop's team a chance, why you want to do this, and maybe we'll go in reverse order.
Sure.
Okay.
One is practical. My congregation would probably not agree with me, but it was time for changes, right? So everything kind of lined up time-wise to consider this as an option. The other thing is also a matter of timing. We are at a time in our synod that is a challenge in so many ways, right? But I am convinced that we are better together, and to have an opportunity to be part of the coming back together and the healing and the growing and the sharing together is very exciting. So I'm very excited to be part of that.
I think, as I said in my letter of introduction, I enjoy holding mission and vision at the forefront and then working collaboratively to have something measurable in front of us and to work towards that and be able to reflect on what we've done and keep an eye to where we're going in the future. And so to have the opportunity to actually work with a staff that is excited about working towards those goals seemed like a great time to move into that sort of a position.
Yeah, I share, I'm really excited about the collaboration that this team will have and for the hopeful future of our synod and the continued work of the gospel together. As a former mission developer, I felt called to the position of director for evangelical mission. I like kind of living in that space on the edge of the church with new emerging ministries, but also working to share some of those stories to inspire the rest of the institutional church. And I'm excited to be the one working sort of with all three expressions of the church, church-wide, synod, and congregations.
I think that's it for my questions, and I'm really, really grateful that you've joined the team and that you've joined me in this little studio. Thank you very much. Join me in giving thanks for Pastor Charlene and Pastor Amy and Pastor Brandon. There are other members of the team. Megan McPherson is not able to be with us today, but she has sent a video. So as we return to our seats, we'll watch a video introduction from Megan.
Greetings, Gathered Church. I wish I could be in two places at once, and I'm grateful for the chance to introduce myself virtually. My name is Megan McPherson, and I'll be one of the new assistants to the bishop. I'm an educator by training, and I've taught for many years in public schools in Richmond and Oakland. My commitment to social justice is rooted in my time in the classroom, which very much informs my faith. And I'll be bringing that lens with me to my work in the Synod office. Throughout my career, I've had the opportunity to coach both new and veteran teachers, and I'm passionate about building quality learning experiences for adults. I earned my MDiv at Union Theological Seminary in New York City 6 years ago, where I had the opportunity to dive deep into topics of liberation theology, and as well as exploring the crisis of burnout in the helping professions. So I'm looking forward to supporting both emerging and seasoned leaders and both lay and roster leaders in this new role. Notions of vocation and discernment have always been really fascinating to me, and I'm thrilled that these are the questions that will be the center of my partnerships with folks around the Synod. More personally, I grew up in Beaverton, Oregon, and I went to college in the Twin Cities. I live in El Cerrito, which is just north of Berkeley, with my partner and our toddler son. I love drinking boba tea, reading fiction, and light hiking, and I'm excited to build relationships with all of you as I step into this new role.
Thank you very much, Megan. I see that Linda Babcock is on stage. I'm delighted, and I would like to invite now Linda Babcock to present this year's recipients of the Warner Trust Grants. Linda.
Thank you. Just a little background on the Warner Trust. I started here in our Synod in 1991. Charles and Mabel Warner gave this gift to us. The corpus stays in an investment account, and the earned income is what is available for the grants. The committee is composed of 3 people from the council. Right now, that is John Brett, Michaela Holman, and myself. One of the purpose that the Warners had in mind was that these monies would be seed monies for either existing projects or new initiatives, or even for the construction of Sunday school facilities, because they wanted to further Christian youth education. I will say that another condition is that the recipients should be contributing to mission support in the Synod. So we hadn't had the Warner Trust window open for a while, and we opened it up here this winter and spring, and we received many wonderful, exciting grant requests. So let's go through these real quickly. I think they're going to mention some names, and I thought I'd give a little talk about each of them. So Christ Church in San Francisco. This is really a faith expansion of their secular Saturday fun and games for children of Cantonese background. And what they're wanting to do is spend some of the money on the grant on translations for the parents, because the children are bilingual. But on this Super Sunday, they want to be able to give education to the parents also, in addition to helping them supply and get started on this. The Cross and Crown Lutheran Church School, they had rather a modest request, and that was for the teacher guides and student planners for their school, which is the 2nd through the 5th grade. The next one was Holy Shepherd in Orinda. I talked with Pastor John Valentine, and he said that their 23-year-old preschool has merged with a secular preschool. And it was all kind of came together in the middle of his building program. And what he wanted is to have, at the lobby of this school, is to have a lending library for both the parents, but for the children, Sunday school or Bible studies and things like that. So he said, and I think these are his words more or less, that the first impression in their lobby would be a welcoming statement of our Lutheran core values. In Faith Lutheran Church of Reno, this is kind of interesting. It's only partial seed money for a new children's ministry, but they're using the Godly Play program. I don't know if any of you heard about it, but apparently you can buy some of the equipment, but Pastor Sean is going to buy the raw wooden materials and put everything together. So that ought to be interesting. The next one, let's see, at Zion. So Zion are working on a summer and then an after-school program with St. Anne's at their Episcopal Church. Right now, last year, they had what they called a parking lot ministry. Across the street is a school that is a school for English learners and where people of color and where most of them are free lunch students. And so they are taking that program and they want to expand it into just make it work for the summer for these kids because they've already been acquainted now with the volunteers from this church and St. Anne's Church. The Resurrection Lutheran Church of the Resurrection there in Dublin, they're expanding their 50-year-old nonprofit infant through pre-K school that's composed of many diverse families. And this is just a partial cost for the shade for the playground and furniture for their infant rooms. At St. Paul's, this request was written by the newly called coordinator of children, youth, and family at this church. And she wanted a new youth room for the senior and junior high school students. It'll be intentionally centered for children and will involve computers and some furniture. At Grace in Ukiah, also it'll be a room for the junior and senior high school students, and there will be computers also. But this church is on, as they said in their grant, this church is on the edge of the poorer neighborhood of a 12,000 community, 12,000 people community. So they're in collaboration and with support from the Methodist Church, who has already operated something called the Upstanders program. So they're working together and they're creating a space. It says here that the ice rink, the bowling alley, and other centers have all closed down. So we're really happy that we can help these people out. And we look forward to hearing their results. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. We've come to the conclusion of this afternoon's business session. And as we prepare to leave, I want to invite the Reverend Jeff Hansen for a moment of spiritual practice. Pastor Jeff serves two of our congregations, Christ Lutheran Church in Fortuna and Our Savior's Lutheran Church in Ferndale. He has served many multi-point calls in his ministry, and we are grateful for the gifts that you bring to us to share with us. Welcome, Pastor Jeff.
It is good to be here. I've been here a whopping 3.5 months. So, came from Western Iowa, and the weather, this is hot, even for, being up in Humboldt County, that's paradise. But how many of you breathe? Something that I've picked up over the years is just a breathing exercise that I do for my devotions, as part of my devotions, part of my prayer life. So I just want you to think about a couple of these words, this phrase, Spirit of the living God, breathe afresh in me. So just repeat after me, and then we'll say it 3 times together, and then we will take a moment of silence for prayer. And I will just share a reading. I don't know if many of you are familiar with, or maybe many of you are using or have used, Jesus Calling, Enjoy Peace in His Presence by Sarah Young. And she writes in the first person as if Jesus is talking to you. So I will share just a short reading from that during this silence, and then we will close our time with, again, just by breathing and saying those three, that sentence again, Spirit of the living God, breathe afresh in me. So inhale with the words, and then exhale. So just centering breath. Join me, Spirit of the living God, breathe afresh in me. Spirit of the living God, breathe afresh in me. Spirit of the living God, breathe afresh in me. Rest in me, my child. Give your mind a break from planning and trying to anticipate what will happen. Pray continually, asking my Spirit to take charge of the details of this day. Remember that you are on a journey with me. When you try to peer into the future and plan for every possibility, you ignore your constant companion who sustains you moment by moment. As you gaze anxiously into the distance, you don't feel the strong grip of my hand holding yours. How foolish you are, my child. Remembrance of me is a daily discipline. Never lose sight of my presence with you. This will keep you resting in me all day, every day. Join me. Breathe afresh in me, Spirit of God. Spirit of the living God, breathe afresh in me. Spirit of the living God, breathe afresh in me.
Spirit of the living God, breathe afresh in me.
These breathing exercises just help us center, and you can use whatever devotion or just use it for a time of prayer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Jeff. I invite now Pastor Charlene to give announcements.
Thank you. Another brief but deeply felt thank you. All of you received a small wooden cross made out of olive wood that came directly from Bethlehem in Palestine. They were not ordered from Palestine. They were brought from Palestine by Pastor Gabrielle Schrader, who was over there visiting, and donated them to our assembly. So please thank Pastor Gabi when you see her. And the reason she's not here is because she's also the one who's in charge of all the workshops. So just a reminder, we're going into a time of workshops that begin at 3:30. There are 10 workshops that have been scheduled. Each one has been offered twice over the course of the 3 workshop sessions. So if you wanted to go to one that was held yesterday but you missed it, it's being held again today in one of the 2 sessions. There are signs directing you. Some of the sessions are here in the hotel. There are still some that are across the street in Valadez Hall. A note about the 5:15 pre-dinner gathering. It is happening in Sequoia. There will be a cash bar there, but please, 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 please don't show up before 5:15 because there's a workshop happening in there. So we don't want to mess with their workshop. Give them the space they need. 5:15, no earlier. Dinner will be served at 6 here, again in buffet style outside. We can eat in here, followed by the storytelling event at 7. So we look forward to seeing you all. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you very much. The assembly now is in recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m.
In my weakest moment, I see